Hi everyone, my name is Inna and I have been teaching my native language with comprehensible input and natural approach since 2018. And I have been creating comprehensible input content for the learners on YouTube since 2019. And well, I think I have something to share with you because not only I was teaching, but I'm also very interested into researching, digging everything about the methods, all the theory, reading books, watching lectures, and, collecting all that information all together. Well, this is something I just like doing, really. So I have accumulated quite a bit of knowledge about this field, about input learning, about different methods within input learning. And I've also learned languages both with traditional methods and input learning methods. So I really want to share this with you, and I decided to make just a super long video because I want to tell you everything in one shot. So maybe it will be a little bit messy, but in this video I'm going to talk about, first of all, what input learning is, what comprehensible input is and what it isn't. We will talk a lot about ALG because this is something that I've chosen, let's say, as my favorite approach. We will talk about all the principles, a bit about the history of ALG, which will explain a lot about the method in general, what it is, do's and don'ts of the method, like what you should do, what you should not do if you want to use the method. We will talk about the progress timeline and the progress curve and everything that influences your progress and your future fluency. We will talk about those don'ts, which are called terrible 5 in ALG, things that actually damage your future fluency. We will talk about all the activities like listening comprehension, speaking, writing, reading. We will talk what and when you should do, because there are quite a lot of argues around the language activities, like when you should start, how you should do it. So I will tell you everything about that, and we will summarize all that in a very structured learning path for you, a roadmap. And also I will describe your daily routine, like what you could do every day, a plan, daily recipe to learn a language with a natural approach. The question of mindset is really important as well. We will also talk about the content, how to choose the content, the right content for natural acquisition of languages. I will give you some recommendations, what you could do, how to facilitate the content that it would be appropriate for the method. And of course, I will give you all the materials, resources. We will talk about the tools that you can use. And I will give you, the list of all that, and I will describe all that in the end of this video, and all the links you will find under, in the description, of course. So that's the plan for this video, and let's go. So the first thing I would like to talk is input learning. What is it? What is it? And to define input learning, I think first we should talk a little bit about traditional learning. So traditional methods of learning languages is basically what anyone on earth imagines when we start talking about learning a language. Learning a foreign language, a second language. Usually that includes a class, a tutor, a teacher, a program, a textbook, some exercise book, a grammar book, a notebook, a dictionary or a translator, maybe some flashcards or an app for flashcards, vocabulary lists, exercising, drilling, making dialogues, speaking the day one, and so on and so on. And lots of apps nowadays, lots of apps, and lots of videos on YouTube where people explain you the language. So this all is traditional learning. I think most of people have experienced learning a language in school, and that's what I did when I learned English. So my English is the result of traditional learning. And you could think, well, you speak English, so it works. And what are you going to tell us, that input learning is better than traditional learning? No, I'm not going to tell this. I don't think, and I don't want to say that this method or that method is better or the best. Not at all. I actually think that everyone should choose a method that fits him or her. This is very important, that you decide for yourself what your goals are, what kind of learner you are, what your wishes are, in general, like maybe that's a bit too philosophical for this video, but I think we should really try to do the most that we enjoy. And if you don't enjoy natural approach in languages, don't do that. If you enjoy traditional learning, learn languages in this way. And well, if we are already talking about this, let me tell you that input learning, especially ALG, automatic language growth, or natural approach, or in other words, listening approach, it's not a short way. It takes time. Well, after this video, you will understand what else it takes, and actually you will realize that it takes only time. It is really actually an effortless way of learning languages, really. Like the only thing you should do is do nothing. Like, practically. I'm exaggerating a little bit, of course, but in general, it takes time, and that's it. If you put time in it, your language will grow. So it means that if you want short-term results, I don't know, maybe you are traveling in 3 months and you want just some phrases to buy something or order food in a restaurant, ALG is not for you. Natural learning is not for you. Natural learning, input learning, ALG is for people who want to acquire the language really deeply, entirely. They want to feel this, native-like fluency. When you automatically speak, understand, well, everything happens instantly, effortlessly. In this case, this is for you. But it will take time, and you need to have this mindset from the very beginning. Okay, I know it will take time, but the result will be a native-like fluency, effortless, super pleasant. Okay, so we've talked about this traditional learning. So why input learning is so different? Because input learning tells us forget about all the studying thing, all the textbooks, drilling, grammar. We don't do that. And a lot of people cannot accept this, even in just in their head, even theoretically, like, what? But language is grammar. But it's like it consists of grammar, of vocabulary, and that's why we need to learn that, to study all that. And then we will use it like bricks in our construction. We will use that, all those elements and put them together, and that's how we will speak the language. So traditional learners look at the language from a very linguistical, scientifical, technical point of view, like it's a construction, it's a construct, and it's built of some matter, and we need to put that all together and build our sentences, our speech, and so on. But input learning, natural approach, is looking at the language in a completely different way. We look at the language just like an organism, something that grows naturally, something that, like a tree, you don't push the tree to grow. It grows by itself. You're just watching and providing conditions for it to grow. Well, why do we do that? And why this idea exists at all? Well, it exists because we all on this, every kid on this planet has acquired his native language. And someone can ask me, well, yeah, but those are children, but we are adults. Children are just like sponges. They absorb the language so easily and quickly. Children learn languages better than adults. They have a special talent for that. And here I have another question, like, why are you so sure that adults don't have this talent? Have you tried to learn a language like a kid? Well, it looks like everyone who tried, he realized that it works, even for adults. And as the author of ALG Method said, it's not a very accurate quote, but something like, it's not that adults have lost an ability to learn languages naturally, to acquire languages, comparing to kids. It's that we actually have acquired something, adults have acquired something that gets in the way of natural acquisition of the languages. And I believe that's true. And I believe that what's in our way is all these traditional studying methods. All that grammar, all that conscious learning, conscious studying. And that was the basis for all the input learning was Stephen Krashen's input hypothesis. and natural approach. He was always talking about learning versus acquiring, natural acquisition and conscious studies. Okay, so I think this is quite clear, right? Oh, I need a break. It's just that the input hypothesis by Stephen Krashen about comprehensible Russian, about comprehensible input, was the basis for the ALG method a bit later, just in a couple of years. Dr. James Marvin Brown used the Krashen's input hypothesis and took it even further, pushed this idea further, I would even say till the end, and created the ALG method, automatic language growth. So I wanted to explain why I choose this method, why I like it so much. So it emphasizes the meaning of language input, right? What is language input? This is just what you listen, but not only listen, watch also. Just like a kid, automatic language growth is basically a method that mimics how a child learns his first language. What do we do as kids? We do not speak right away. Well, first because we're just figuring out how to do that, even physically. But also because we need to figure out the language. Because there are so many grown-ups there around us that are showing us different things and emotions, and so many things are happening around us. And I think the only thing that the kid is doing constantly is just trying to figure out what's happening. And the words, the speech that we hear as kids, it's not the main thing that we're experiencing. It's just like the soundtrack of what's happening. So we first understand what is happening, and then match the speech to what's happening. And bit by bit, we figure out how the language works. Not even how it works, we just actually absorb it. And so, but let's say we figure out the language. And this is what actually happened to me with French. I always telling this example because it's mine. I didn't have any purpose to learn French. I did not study French. I didn't have a single book about the language. I didn't have any plan. But I was being surrounded with French people for quite a long time because I traveled to France to my family, to my new family, to the family of my husband. And I was just there. And people were talking and I was living my life. And the life was happening around me. You know, just like this kid. So life is happening, French is sounding, and even not wanting and not having any intention, bit by bit, I started to realize and to notice that I understand something. First a little bit, then more and more and more. And then I found myself being at about B1 level of comprehension. Not speaking yet. Well, a little bit. Actually, I could hold a conversation in the embassy when I had to go through the interview to get my French documents. So it was a 1 hour conversation. They were asking me tons of questions, including politics. So I could answer quite simply, let's say, and with some difficulties, because my speaking is much lower than my understanding. But this is a normal thing. Then I didn't continue acquiring French, because I just stopped going to France. But that's not the story. But at that moment, I just realized, well, it can happen in a different way. It can happen without textbooks and grammar and anything. I can understand the language without doing anything, practically anything. So just listening and watching. Watching is very important, especially as a beginner and maybe lower intermediate. It's very, very, very important to watch. Why? Because the input should be comprehensible. If you, as a beginner, turn on an audio in Russian and you don't know a word of Russian, well, you will not understand anything. If there is no translation, if there are no subtitles, you're not using anything, you're just listening, well, probably you will not understand anything. So how to make this speech comprehensible? It's with the help of visual and audio support. Mostly visual, but audio can work as well. So the context, the happening, the experience. You get the meaning of what's happening. You can get the meaning of what's happening up to 80%. You don't even need someone to sound it, to describe it, right? You can watch live and understand what's happening. And then someone is just saying something and you're like, oh, apparently this person is talking about what's happening. So you can figure out somehow what's happening. As a beginner, you start with that, this beginner content, which is full of visual support. This is what I do in the videos. I draw, I use illustrations, I use props, and also gestures and emotions and my mimics. And I just point at anything I can, or I draw anything I can. I find any visual means to show you what I'm talking about. And you're figuring out what's happening. So that's basically the the whole idea, right? What questions could you have in your head? Like, what about grammar? Russian grammar is so hard, so complex. Yes, you're right. It's quite complex. What can we do about grammar? Should we study grammar or not? Well, I don't think so. I don't think we should study grammar. You will figure it out with time, just as the vocabulary. You can figure out grammar points, even if you're not naming them, but you're kind of starting to have a feeling how the language works, the logic of the language, when you have passed through lots of input, comprehensible input. You start not even understanding or analyzing, but feeling grammar. Not even thinking. You hear Dialala, you understand that we are talking about past, not future, and not present. It happens automatically. You don't have to remember this chart. Okay, this is past tense. It was here, so feminine, masculine. Plural, not plural. You're like trying to find the right place in the book, and then you need to use it. So listen, when I was studying in the university to become a Russian teacher as a foreign language, I thought, oh my God, poor foreigners, they need to go through this. Whereas we, Russian native speakers, we don't think a second about this kind of things. All the cases, all the tenses, we're just speaking. And that was the moment also when I thought something is wrong. Why is everyone saying, no, but those are children. They are like sponges. That's why they learn languages like this. That's why they're native speakers. But we are adults. We're different. We are not sponges anymore. We cannot do that. And my question is, how do you know if you didn't try? Well, I tried. And I'm not very proud because I did not continue learning the same language. So I cannot show you the final result. But anyway, I went maybe halfway and I had my results. And I have a feeling that it's working. And don't take only my word for that. Actually, we are talking about a method that was developed by a linguist that worked in Thailand. Maybe you've heard about that school in Bangkok. His name was James Marvin Brown, Dr. James Marvin Brown. And he observed learners, about 5,000 learners for at least 10 years. And actually later, David Long took his place and he continued working in the school and had even more students and years of experience. So now we know that this works. If you are very, very critical, let me be honest, we cannot say that the method is 100%, crystal clear. We know all the data. We don't even have enough data to cover every question that we're interested in about the method. And that's why actually I'm so much interested in developing this method, getting more data and answering those questions, those places that are a bit blank or unsure for the moment. But the principal thing that the method works, the approach works, that we can learn a language just as children do, well, for me, it's not even a question. I'm sure we can. So let me tell you a little bit more about that school, because everything started right there. Dr. James Marvin Brown, he studied Thai for 20 years, I guess. At that moment. And when he was already about 50 years old, I guess, I can be a bit mistaken, but he was struggling to find a better way to learn languages, and finally, what was a turning point in his lifetime research, it was reading Stephen Krashen's natural approach. The input hypothesis and the book, so everything. And he read it and he thought, maybe that's it. And actually, he started thinking, let me take this idea, because I like the idea of input hypothesis, natural approach, but the way Krashen and Tyler, I think, what was his name? His colleague. They were suggesting a theoretical idea, and plus they were suggesting some kind of method that could implement this idea. But what they suggested as a method was just maybe the first step, stepping from the traditional method towards this natural approach. It was a kind of a mix. But Dr. James Marvin Brown, he thought, let me take this, because this doesn't look quite pure, maybe, to the input hypothesis. Let me take this and push it even further. Because it seems to me that the idea is great, but the implementation is not enough. Let me make an experiment. And he started making experiments in this school. He he organized a class. So he had a traditional class, and now additionally he created a natural approach class and started experimenting with them. So what he did was he would talk and show students different things. I don't know, stories. He would act in front of them, talking at the same time, showing things. Comprehensible input. And the students were supposed to just watch and listen, not asking questions, not analyzing the logic of the language, grammar, anything, not taking any notes, and not speaking at all. That was a very strict rule. So he was doing this, and then at one point he invited, I think he invited his wife to help him or something. He needed that for some reason. And then he realized that that was so wonderful what happened. Oh, maybe he invited her because he wanted to show that his Thai is good enough, because his wife was Thai, and for everyone to see that he sounds quite good to be able to teach. And then they talked together. And he realized that that was wonderful, because when there are two speakers, it's even better. And the students felt better, and it was more efficient, and it was more interesting, it was more organic, natural. And the speech is different when there are two people. It becomes a dialogue, not only monologue. You have questions, you have more emotions. So that was really great. So then he decided that he will have at least two speakers. He had 3 speakers in a group. That's what was happening. By the way, I have a video interview with one of the first students of Dr. Brown in that school. His name is Mark. You can find a video with him on my channel. So he's now 80 plus. He was there in the 80s in that school. He was the guinea pig for Dr. Brown, and he learned Thai, and he has great results. But I will not talk about this here. Just go watch the video if you want. He's describing all his experience and how he felt and how he talked to Dr. Brown and how the classes were, what his results were, how he feels about the fluency he got in Thai, and how this experience actually brought him to my channel, because when he decided to learn Russian, he thought, I would like to learn it just the way I learned Thai, but I'm not sure it's possible. And then he was looking for different resources and found me, not right away, but when he found me, he thought, yeah, that's it. Finally, that's wonderful. So he contacted me and we talked, and I was absolutely excited that I'm talking to a person who was studying, who was studying in this school that I can only read about. Because nowadays it's not working, this school. I think after COVID it stopped working, and it kind of spread online. The teachers of the school went online, and they exist somewhere there on different channels for learning Thai. Yeah, so, well, I think enough about the school. You got the idea. Now let's get to the method. What you can do nowadays, because you're not going to go to Thai school, and we're not even learning Thai here. So what can we do nowadays? And of course, internet is wonderful, because we can get all that input just like that, right? And this is what I'm trying to do, is to create a lot of various comprehensible, easy to understand, interesting Russian input that you can use to learn Russian naturally. So let's talk about what you can do and some rules, like golden rules, right? If you're going to follow the method, if you want to be quite pure about the method, you will act like that. And here, let me switch and show you a document. Did I switch? Yes. So this is called ALG Method Quick Start Guide. This is a very short document, just 3 pages, for you to, the very, very important points about the method. Here is the description. You can, download it. I will leave all the links so you can download. But for the moment, I will just show you. This is the description. So what to do? This is important. What to do? What do we do? The main recommendations. What you should do to learn Russian or any other language naturally, with ALG style. Listen with your eyes. Listen with your eyes. So this is important because you are going to understand most of the meaning of what's happening, not from verbal language, but from, what's the English for that? Inverbal? Unverbal? Inverbal? So non-verbal, I guess. Non-verbal language. Visuals, audios, like just some sounds, anything that helps you understand what's happening. And when you are a zero beginner, you need the video to have lots of visuals so that they provide most understanding of most of the meaning, because you don't understand any language, any speech yet. So the speaker, the presenter in the video should illustrate practically every word. And you can see that in my videos for zero beginners. I'm speaking slowly and I'm showing and illustrating practically every word, like меня зовут Инна. I write Инна. Я живу. Then I take a map and show where I live. And so, like, every single word. If it's possible to illustrate, we illustrate. But then, as you understand more and more, like, then you are a beginner, like A2, beginner 2 in my system. You know already some words, so the videos can have less of visual support. And at some point when you will understand really a lot, which is like maybe intermediate 2 and advanced, you can switch to podcasts and videos and audios that do not have any visual support or minimal visual support. So let it flow naturally, the second recommendation. What's it about? Well, it's for you to understand that you're not supposed to stop the video, you know, and it's just to show you that you don't need to feed this feeling that, you know, anxiety, that like I need to do something, I need to be active, I cannot just sit here passively looking at the screen and listening. That's too passive. I need to do something. No. The only thing you need to do is nothing. Just listen and watch. Listen and watch. If you really want to do nothing. That's your task, special task. The only thing you need to do is really watch, you know, really relax. Don't grab words. Don't try to grab them and necessarily understand every single word. No, don't focus on those words. Don't focus on the language itself. Don't try to, was it in present or in past? What is? No, don't think about it. Just, you know, watch it just like you would watch something in your native language. In your native language, you are not thinking about the language, right? You're just trying to get some information, get some entertainment, whatever goal is of you watching something. It's not for studying, right? So you need to do something with yourself, do something with your mind, have this mindset to start watching videos in Russian for other purposes. Like, convince yourself somehow that you're not doing this to study. Well, try to refocus on a different goal. Like, let me watch a Russian video for some fun. Or let me watch a Russian video to learn something new. To learn something new about Russia, maybe. Russian culture, Russian history. By the way, I have a whole series, long series. And it was quite long ago, so maybe you didn't come across those videos, but you just go on the channel. Let me show it to you. On the channel we have playlists, and where is it? Here it is. History of Russian culture from Kievan Rus. Wait. It will load. From Kievan Rus till Perestroika. This is beginner 2, and it has all the illustrations. We start from the very beginning of history of Russia, even talking about the Roman Empire. Okay, so every time I have all the illustrations, maps, something else. Okay, who are the Slavs? We are talking about the people and what they were doing, where they were living. All that is illustrated. Okay, and then it goes through Ivan the Terrible, and it has something about art, about music, about Peter the Great, Europeization, Age of Enlightenment, different emperors and so on, wars, war with Napoleon, I don't know, political, economic backwardness of Russia, science of Russia, search of Russia's special destiny, Russian soul, and music, architecture, fine arts. Oh, fine arts is something underestimated, really, I swear. I love Russian arts of that time, and the silver age, as we call it, the beginning of 20th century was so rich for culture in Russia. You probably know the avant-garde, the Black Square of Malevich, things like that, like popular things. But they were just before that, just before the revolution and all the avant-garde. We also had brilliant artists of, impressionists and symbolists, and oh my God, poets, dancers, so many things. So I'm talking about all this in this series. So there is a video for every little theme, and it goes till about the revolution, communists, avant-garde theater, cinema, literature, Stalin. I love this playlist, really. I really loved doing it, creating it, and I especially like, let me find maybe this one. How is it called? What's the name again? Russian avant-garde, zeroing the old world. Yeah, I love this theme. Look at... So, wait. I will find... will I find it? I guess it's a different video. Anyway, so... Stalin goes away, he dies, de-Stalinization, and then all the Soviet times till Perestroika. Okay, let me now remember why I mentioned this. Yeah, we were talking about this, so let it flow naturally. The main idea here is it goes together with this one. Emotional engagement matters. So let it flow. Don't think that this is for studying. And for that you need an emotional engagement. So it matters why you're watching this video. If you're interested in Russian culture, you'll put on that playlist and you're like, okay, I'm learning about this country. I'm learning the whole new world. And honestly, at those times when this playlist was released, I had so many feedback, so much feedback, telling me, you know what, this very series makes me forget that I'm learning Russian, because my focus, my attention is all about the content, all about the story. I'm looking at those pictures and I am trying to think about the time. And at some point, I noticed that I don't, I'm not studying. I'm here not for, I forget that I'm studying Russian. I'm just enjoying learning something new. So you might want to entertain yourself, or you might want to get some new information, knowledge. Those are two ways that usually include this emotional engagement. And it matters a lot, because like this, you forget that you're learning, that you're studying. And this is very, very, very important right now, in this state of mind, when you don't think that you're studying, when you're not focusing on the language itself, but on the meaning, your brain switches to unconscious acquiring mode, subconscious mode. And this is what we want, because this is how this is very subtle thing through which the natural acquisition is happening, through which you actually absorb the language, just like the kids do. It just sticks to you. And you know, whatever I remember in French, I feel it stick to me. I didn't memorize it. It just, and it's there forever. There is another thing that makes you remember things, that makes things stick. Well, first it's this emotional engagement and this kind of subconscious mode. And second is repetition. But don't confuse repetition with deliberate memorization, like practicing something, when you know, drilling, like, okay, I have my word list and now I'm going to remember that, or like flashcards or something. Drilling and deliberate practice, deliberate memorization is a conscious mode of studying, and this is the traditional method. Like, if you don't want the traditional method, don't do that. If you want a natural acquisition, you should avoid that. And you will ask me, so how should I repeat then if I cannot drill? But repeating can be different. Let's look at the kids again. What does your kid ask you to do every evening? Or what did you, if you don't have kids, do to your parents? You would ask, I want that fairy tale again. And I was reading all those fairy tales so many times that I already learned them by heart, and I'm so sick of them. Like, again, this fairy tale. Okay, you want this fairy tale? Let's read it for the 53rd time. Why? Because this repetition happens only because of emotional engagement, only because the kid wants to repeat, because it's the favorite, because it's so wonderful. I love it. I want it more. I want it again. I know adults more rarely have this kind of feeling. They want new impressions, because for the kid everything is new. And for adults, not that many things are new anymore. So we don't like repetitions that much. But actually, well, if you, at least if you have some favorite things that you could repeat, repeat. Because, as we say in Russian, повторение – мать учения. Repetition is the mother of memory, учения, or studying, learning things. So every time you have something that you like, repeat it as many times as you can, but with a very strict condition: don't get bored with that. If you're repeating and it starts getting boring, well, don't do that anymore. Don't repeat anymore. So this is what we're talking about. Repeat favorites. Let it flow, listen with your eyes, repeat favorites, and emotional engagement. Really, really matters. Okay, what about crosstalks? Crosstalks supercharge input. You speak English, the teacher speaks Russian, your experience a real communication without forcing Russian output. Emotional, interactive exposure builds deeper acquisition. Yeah, maybe I should switch here and there because you were looking at me very, very small, right? Crosstalks. What is it and why do we need that and when do we need that? So crosstalk is a bilingual conversation with a native speaker. Like you are, let's say, your native language, let's say, is English. My native language is Russian. We meet and we speak our native languages. So when I speak, well, depending on the level, of course, but usually we use crosstalks when we are beginners, especially, and intermediate one, something like that. Let me see. We have a roadmap here. I will show this to you later. It's very cute. Wait. Yes, crosstalk. Yeah, we use crosstalk up to the moment when we start really speaking. So kind of the end of intermediate too. So we use crosstalks. Crosstalk is a bilingual conversation. And a very good thing if the native Russian speaker uses all the same that I use in the videos. So, and like he acts all the same way like I do in the videos. Drawing something for you to understand, showing things, emotions, gestures, everything that you would understand him. And this is, well, how to do this crosstalk. Where can you take people for that, right? This is quite hard. Well, first of all, we have crosstalks. You can attend our crosstalks. For November 2025, we have weekly crosstalks, once a week for the moment, because the group is still small. If there will be more people, we can make 2 groups or more groups if you want. So you can do crosstalks with us, me and my trained speakers. We are presenting at those crosstalks, and we speak Russian using everything we can for you to understand us. What else? And this is really cheap, let me say. For the moment, we charge $20 per month. So you have 4 or sometimes 5 crosstalks a month for $20. Like $5 each in a little group. I think that's nice, really. So you can, you will find the link, of course, below this video, or you can go to our Patreon page or the website, comprehensiblerussian.com. So what can you do? What other things you could do to organize some crosstalks for you? Second thing you can do is to find a tutor online, right? There is a very dangerous thing here, very inconvenient thing here, is that if you go to italki or some other services like that, where you have lots of native speakers, tutors. So what's the danger? The danger is that most of those people don't know about the method, so they don't understand what you want from them. You're like, hey, I want to learn Russian the natural way, ALG style, with comprehensible input, please. And they're like, we don't know what you're talking about, sorry. And even if you explain, they're like, let me try. If they are open, right? If they're open to try something new, they can try. But the result can be good, can be not good. So you never know if you're going to get what you really need. And to fix this situation at least a little bit, at least how we possibly can, I created a document. Let me find it. Where is it? Screen. Yes, the screen. You can see my screen. So, crosstalk. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Prompt for crosstalk speaking sessions with a Russian, well, let's say tutor. This is a document I created. Just, you can change it, of course, a little bit. Let me make it bigger. So this document is created for you. You can just take it, copy it, and use it to find a Russian tutor and to explain this tutor what you want him to do, how to behave with you, what all this comprehensible input, ALG, natural approach means, what actually it means for him, what he should do, what he should not do, and things like that. So here is a prompt. Here is a text. Hello tutor, la la la, la la la, what to say, your role, language guide, how to say it, what to expect from me, my role, no forced speaking, all the very, very important points you can see here. So you can download this, you can copy this Google Doc. The link is in the description. All the links are there, right? So you can use this for your crosstalks. What else? I had another. Oh yeah, and the last thing. Is the website. The website. I don't remember how it's called, and it appeared very recently, so it doesn't have a lot of people yet, but it's a website that puts together people who want to have crosstalk between different languages. Like you can specify the languages you speak and the language that you are learning, and it matches you with other people, and you can have crosstalks between you. Yeah, look for the link. I will look for the link as well. I hope I didn't lose it. We'll find it. So you can use that resource as well for Crosstalks. And there you can be sure that people know what it means and how to do it, because people who don't do it, they will never find this website, I assure you. Okay. I wanted to make it like, whatever, cut. Okay, let's move forward. Switch to audio when ready. What does that mean? So we were already talking about the importance of comprehensible input. Here is one thing. So now we need to talk about how to measure our progress. This is important for you to understand why we are listening to audios. There is a logic. So to measure your progress when you are learning a language naturally, what can we do? Because we don't have a textbook, right? We don't have this program like, okay, I've learned this part of grammar, next part of grammar, I can mark it like done and feel good about myself. But we adults, we need to feel good about ourselves. We need to measure our progress somehow. This is very important for us. And we cannot just like kids not think about time that we put into something. And when the process is natural like this, we don't have those milestones to go through. That's why it was decided to measure the progress just according to the amount of input that the learner is getting. And Dr. Brown developed, he was observing how the process is going, and he was analyzing, okay, this group of people who have this amount of input have this kind of progress. They can comprehend the language at this level. And so he made this correlation and used a mathematical equation that would describe this natural process. We don't have anything more accurate and better than this equation for the moment. That's why we're using it. And I'm also observing how it works with my viewers and students. And I'm trying to see if it works well for Russian language. If it works well, I mean the equation and all the numbers and, mathematical thing. If it works for Russian exactly the same way as he was testing this on Thai, I'm testing if it's really the same, because we have different settings. Dr. Brown was teaching a language in a setting of a school, a classroom. So it's a real world, real time. And we are here learning a language through videos. So it's not real time. It's not exactly reality. So maybe the mathematical equation could be changed a little bit. So I'm watching that, and I have my suggestion of the equation, which includes this coefficient. How do we pronounce that in English? So the reality rate, I called it the reality rate. Well, depending on the type of input that you're getting, your timeline of progress could differ from the initial one from Dr. Brown. But we use the same principle anyway, the same equation, just a little variation of it. Okay, we'll look at this equation. We see let me show it to you. As I said, it's going to be messy. Equation, here it is. Well, if you're a mathematician, it looks okay to you, right? But maybe for most of the people it looks very scary. But what it really tells us, if we put all this mathematical thing aside, it tells us that there are there are several factors that influence your progress in natural acquisition. First of all, it is the hours of input. Here it is. Maybe we should look at different, maybe we should look at our roadmap, the final one. Okay, here it is. You see? Progress curve. So, this is a curve on this graph that describes the progress in natural acquisition, which is describing this equation that you just saw. And we have several factors that influence the progress, the behavior of this curve. Input, well, the quantity of input, first of all, but it is here, right here, the hours of input. So the more input you have, the more you progress, right? What else? Input comprehensibility. This is how well you understand what you are listening and watching. And for natural learners, for ALG learners, this is a very important thing right now. You should understand at least 80% of overall meaning of what you are watching and listening. And remember, I told you, it means everything, not only words, not only speech, not the language, but everything. Like, even if you don't understand all the words, but you understand the situation very well, that's enough for learning the language. You need to understand from 80 to 100% of what you watch and listen. 80% plus, that's a lot, and that's very important. If you watch input that you understand less than 80%, then your timeline will stretch. It will take longer for you to acquire the language. So keep that in mind. Keep your understanding super high, which means you just need to go on. Let's look where at the website, our website, current version, which is beta, and we are looking forward to launch the new version, which should happen in the coming weeks, and I'm very excited about it. It will be nice, I hope. So you have plenty of videos on the website, right? What you do, so your goal is to understand at least 80%. And you're like, I think I'm A2 leveled. So in our system, it's beginner 2. Let me watch level beginner 2. Okay, by the way, on the website, we have not only Comprehensible Russian channel videos, but we also include videos of other creators. Here you can see Sergey from in Russian from Afar. And sorry, I forgot her name. Is it? Natasha. This is Natasha. She makes stories with drawings. So we have other creators too. Those creators that have that allow embedding their videos on side websites. We include these on our website as well. Of course, we're not monetizing those videos. No. This is just for you, that you can watch all the best comprehensible input Russian videos in one place. And I need to say, this is very important, we do not take every video of those creators. We actually are selecting very accurately. We watch every video of every channel, and we see if it aligns with the criteria of ALG input, how it should be. For example, we do not include videos that have English in it. No English in the videos. Even though you can say, oh, Ina, you have videos in English on your channel. Yes, of course, I have English videos on my channel. Those videos are only about the method, because it's hard to explain you all these complex things about the method in a Russian video, especially if you're a beginner. Even though I have a plan to make little videos about the method anyway for beginners, but this is different. Okay, so no English in the videos, no translations in the videos. I do not include anything with translations on this website. I do not include videos that have burned subtitles, like the subtitles that you cannot turn off. What else? And of course, the visual support. If it's just a talking head and we don't understand anything just from that, we do not include that on the website. So only pure ALG, natural approach, comprehensible input style videos are here on the website. So we were talking about what? About that you are choosing the right level for you. So choosing a right level for you means you go to the level that you suppose you have, and you try to watch a video. Let's say you turn on this video, you watch it, and then you say, yeah, I understood 80% of this video. So it looks like this is your level. If you understand less than 80%, it means that this is not your level and you should go one level or two level, well, whatever levels less, lower, and try something easier. If you understand 80% to 100%, but it seems too easy for you, you can try and go up. And go up until you feel that, no. Here I do not understand 80% anymore. Then, okay, let's stop here. So you are finding the best spot for you. Okay, Where was my roadmap? So this is about input comprehensibility. Second is sealing. What means sealing? A sealing means, by the way, I also have a version, and I'm so grateful to someone, to the developer of this beta version of the website, a volunteer, a friend of mine from Kyoto, and he's a mathematician. And just a few days ago, I contacted him and I said, you know what? I have this equation from Dr. Brown, this equation. And you know what? I think that we need to change it a little bit because, that was a real life setting, classroom, real time. And here we are using videos. It's a little bit different. You have a bit less real experience while watching a video. You're maybe not as much engaged as when you are just in front of the person. You don't have anything that distracts you, and people are here. You can feel their energy, you can feel their emotions. The sound is real, everything is real. Your motivation is much higher, your attention is much higher. So I think there should be some difference. We should add something into this equation. Please help me, because you're a mathematician. I may make a mistake if I try to do that. And he showed me this website. So he said, yeah, okay, let's do this. Here is your equation. Here are all the variables. Variables. And I love this thing because here I have a new toy. Like, I can play with it. And it's great. So we are looking at input comprehensibility. Input comprehensibility is you. So in our roadmap, we have it 80%. I will show you what happens if you watch content that you understand less than 80%. So let's look. Okay. So this is 0 comprehension. This is 100 comprehension, 100%. And let's see, well, this line here, it's 90% of comprehension, 90% of comprehension proficiency in the language. And this is where usually we are aiming at, right? Let's look, 90% is 2,000 hours. Just like in our roadmap, when you finish the advanced level, it's 2,000 hours. So what will happen if you watch content that you understand less than 80%? We change it. Let's say you understand 50%, right? You see? The curve is changing its behavior. So uh, 50%. Now, 90% of comprehension, so the end of advanced level, has moved to 3,000 hours, even more, a bit more. Well, 3,000 hours. It was 2,000 hours, and now it's 3. So if you watch something that you understand just half of it, 50%, not 80, this is what happens. So you need to be really careful with that, huh? Keep it really, really high. Keep the comprehensibility of input really, really high. You need to understand almost everything, even if not from words, but from everything, from the happening, from the situation, from the context, from visuals, from everything. Let's look at the next factor. So the sealing. Oh, that's a huge theme, actually. Sealing and what it means. Sealing is the result of interference in natural acquisition process. Dr. Brown noticed that students that avoided his rules, his don'ts, golden don'ts, so we will talk about them. I will name them right now, just shortly. So don'ts are: do not speak early on. Do not make notes. Do not ask any questions about the language, about its logic. Don't analyze it even in your head. Just don't analyze the language. Don't read early on, including subtitles. And did I forget something? Don't force speaking. Actually, this is very important. I said don't speak. This is not right. Don't force speaking. But if it flows naturally, it's okay. You can do it. Don't analyze. Don't translate. This is what I forgot. Don't translate. So it means don't look up words, don't use dictionaries, and so on and so on. So he noticed that people who didn't, who avoided those rules, they actually had a ceiling, so-called. What it means, it's, let's look at it again. Ceiling is right here. Right now it's 100%. Let's put it at 60%. And you see what's happening? Oops. So what's happening is that you're you're spending time receiving input, but you cannot, you hit the ceiling. You cannot raise more than 60% of proficiency in the language. Well, this is what Dr. Brown noticed. If you are doing all those things, the interference, you interfere in the natural process, you will not overcome this line. So you can. So this actually damages the natural acquisition. Whatever you do, you cannot get closer to native-like level. And of course, this 60% is the minimum. Like, how to say this right? You cannot have a ceiling less than 60%. So 60% is the maximum damage you can make to your fluency. If you are like heavy traditional learner, this will happen. But if you are almost ALG, you will get closer to the roadmap that we are looking at. Like, let's say 95. Maybe sometimes you don't follow all the rules. In this case, 90% of proficiency will be at around 2,500 hours instead of 2,000. Well, that's actually quite a lot. So if you want this natural acquisition to happen the most efficient way, don't interfere with the natural process. This is what I wanted to say. Okay. We looked at, I think, 2 factors, right? We looked at comprehensibility and the ceiling. And here is another factor, native language factor. This is very logical and very easy to understand. If your native language is English, then this roadmap is for you. But let me show you a website. Here it is. It shows you, it compares any language to any language. So I chose here Russian and English. And it gives me some number. So it compares how far or close those languages are to each other. So what I did is that I took a list of the most popular languages in the world and I compared each of them to Russian. And I put them all in one file here. You can see these are all the languages. Not all of them, of course, but just most of them. Only the popular ones. And I divided them into 3 groups. Highly related languages to Russian, medium related languages, and very remotely related languages. So logically, the highly related languages are Slavic languages. Here are they, green. And native language factor for them is 0.5. Next, basically, highly related languages are Slavic languages. Medium related languages are European, most of European languages. And very remotely related languages are Asian languages, Arabic, all that part of the world. More or less like this, but you can see the list in the roadmap. So let's play with the curve again. Okay, native language factor is right here, and this curve shows the progression for medium related languages like English and European. If we put 5 right here, 0.5 is for Slavic languages. You can see how the curve changed. Now 90% of proficiency, you can achieve it in about 1,200 hours. 1,250 hours, like this. If you are, let's say, Japanese, Vietnamese, or Chinese, native language factor will be 1, and it means that 90% of proficiency is achieved at 2,500 hours instead of 2,000 for English. So it changes. That's logical. I think I didn't surprise you. So this roadmap, you see, PDF is for, by default, it's for English, for medium related languages. But you can, of course, download 2 other versions as well. We have them both. You'll find the links in the description. You can download all the other PDFs and look at your at the roadmap that's relevant for you. Okay, so we talked about those 3 factors that influence the timeline of your progression. There is another. Да. Это я уже там наговорила, поэтому давай здесь остановим. So this is how it changes. You can see it. And I also talked about another factor, which is reality rate. It is also very important. In our roadmap here, we use the reality rate around 80%, which is for the videos. Because if it's a real setting, like a classroom or real life, it would be more. Like a classroom would be 90%. I forgot the numbers for the moment. I wrote them down somewhere. But let's say 90 or 95. And the real world, like real world, like if you were a child and living in the country, like native, it would be 100%, like superiority. We are taking it a bit lower because it's a video, right? Well, that's just for curiosity. Let's play with this as well. Reality rate is here, so now it's around 80%. Let's say we would be, you would be a child being raised in Russia, 100%. We can see that now it's taking less time as well to reach 90% advanced level. It's not 2000, but 1500 now. It's faster. Okay, let's put it back and do like this. So we played with this roadmap. You can see that there are things that influence your progress, and this is only something that we can name, but there are also so many different things, really. So what I ask you is, don't be obsessed with the numbers, even though you see I'm talking about it so much and I did all these graphs, and like it can seem that it's very important, but actually I was doing this from, well, my first my own curiosity. Second, for you to have, the big picture, something to, some support, something to base on, right? But don't be obsessed with that, because individual traits, your personality, like what else? Anything. Your motivation, your current situation. Maybe you watched a video and you were maybe upset with something and it took part of your attention. So how much you're engaged, how much intention you put into it also influences. So there are so many things. And your path can differ from this one. First, because you all are a little bit different from each other. And second, because there is no ideal mathematical model to describe something natural. That's a natural process. It's just an attempt to describe it. And I think it might be a good attempt. And we will see with time. We will see when we have more and more students getting into this, we will see how it behaves. Maybe we will find out that there is another factor that influences, and we can observe it and include it into the equation, and so on and so on. So don't be obsessed with the numbers. Don't worry if something goes not exactly how it's described here. Just use it for like a map, more or less. But you can go a little bit faster, a little bit slower. You can maybe turn a little bit here, but you always have something to come back and check, right? Okay. So now let's get back to recommendations. What to do if you want to learn a language with ALG. And I started to talk about this switch to audio when ready. And to explain the logic of this thing, I went all the way to the timeline and the input hours and all the factors. This is for you to understand how important it is to track your input hours. And that what you are looking for is the amount of quality input. Because the more input you get, the more and the faster you progress. So how do we do that? How can we, because if you start counting, okay, how much time do I need to get to this level? 2000 hours. When can I do that? Oh, by the way, you can do this on our website. Okay, here it is. Well, I need to tell you that what I'm showing you right now, it's the website, the new version of the website in progress. You will not find it for today, for 5th of November 2025. It's not published yet. It's not launched. It's still in progress. The beta version of the website, it's right here. It's working, but it's the beta version. It's the old version. You can find it. You can use it. It's okay. But what I want to show you is the new version, because I like how this block works here. So this is a block where you can set your goals. And let's say you want to reach the advanced level. We need to fix something a little bit here, because this is the old timeline, the one where I did not consider the reality rate. Remember, I told you that the setting in the classroom or watching videos are a bit different things. So the timeline is a bit off, but we are going to look at the principle. Like, okay, you think I want to achieve advanced level, accomplish advanced level right here, to be at the end of it. And let's say my daily goal will be 1 hour a day, 60 minutes. This seems realistic. Every day. And it counts how many months you need to achieve this goal. 26 months. And this is the date, December 2027. And you think, ooh, that's too far. I want to make it faster. But 1 hour is already a lot. Like, I'm an adult. I have all my life going on, my work, my family. I don't know. I want to have some free time, and I have my hobbies, whatever. 1 hour is quite a lot every day. So what can I do? I want to make it faster. Can I make it 2 hours? No, I cannot make it 2 hours. Just sitting and watching videos like this? Or maybe I can watch videos on the way. Okay, maybe if I'm using some public transport, maybe on a train or something like that. But what if I'm driving a car? Nah, I cannot watch videos driving a car. So what can I do? And here is why this thing here, switch to audio when ready, is very, very useful. But you need to implement it smartly. How? The main thing here is that remember, you need to get the comprehensible input, right? So if you're going to listen to audios without any video, without any picture, then it's not comprehensible input. We cannot count it, right? We cannot. But there is a little trick that you can do so that you can listen to audios and it still is comprehensible. It's when you it will happen if you have watched some video with all the visual and you've understood it entirely, and you maybe even watched it not once, but maybe twice, 3 times. Because some people even watched 10 times, including me. I was watching Japanese videos, especially for zero beginners. I watched only the zero beginners actually. I watched them for 30 times, maybe. There is this playlist that I watched 30 times for sure. And at some point, maybe when you watch it 5 times or 10 times, you already, you remember everything. You get so much familiar with this speech, with the content of the video, that at some point you realize that you can turn from the video away. You listen and you're like, she's drawing a circle right now. I remember this. And now, okay, a tree. Yeah, I remember. So you are literally drawing the picture yourself in your mind while listening to it. And when this happens, it means that you can take this audio and listen to it on the go. Doing something, driving a car, washing dishes, cooking, whatever, walking the dog. And this increases your input time, and that's great. Like this, you can find more, you can increase your immersion time, input time. Okay, last recommendation: start reading after accomplishing intermediate 1 level. We can look at the roadmap again. Intermediate 1 level. You see, we have reading, and we recommend starting reading only after accomplishing intermediate 1, not earlier. Later. Let's look at it a bit closer. Okay. 450 hours of input, which is the end of intermediate 1 level. You can start Cyrillic Foundation, it's called. You can start looking at the alphabet, getting familiar with the Cyrillic alphabet. So, why not earlier? I'm realizing that I'm tired of speaking. Okay, why not? I need a break. Okay, I'm back. So the question was about reading. Why reading early on is not recommended by ALG. And by the way, not only by ALG, there is a very fresh research from Cambridge. So they took 2 groups of people, the learners. One group were learning some language and started reading early on. And in another group, they postponed reading. They didn't read too early. So what was the result? That's very interesting, and that's finally the proof for this method as well. I love it. So the comparison of those 2 groups tells us that reading early on affects mostly your accent, pronunciation. So why it happens, I don't remember all the smart English words from the research, maybe except fossilization. So what happens is this fossilization, like if you read early on while learning a language, you kind of lock in your brain mistakes. You lock the mistakes in your brain. Well, how I could describe this? let's look at it as a metaphor. Learning a new language, if you do not read early on, if you just follow the natural approach, if you listen first, if you make comprehension your foundation in the language, what happens is that you're listening and listening and listening to input and to highly comprehensible input. And what's happening at this phase is that your brain is kind of mapping this language. It's like you're downloading the language. Just imagine, remember in the movie The Matrix, you could just put something in your brain and download a skill or a knowledge or something. So let's look at it like this. Like, listening to input is this kind of process when you're downloading the audio model of the language. All the intonations, pronunciation, tones, everything is being downloaded. And if you stop this process, the bar goes like this, and then you're like, up, and you switch it off, or you do something wrong, you can have some mistakes, errors. So apparently there is some safe amount of time that you need to map the language, to accumulate the enough amount of language, to absorb enough amount that later it becomes safer to start any other skills. Because when you have it in your head already, and you haven't been reading or speaking or trying to output, you now have the ideal sounding of the language right here in your head. But what happens if you actually read early? As I see it, well, let's say you're just starting a new language and you start reading at the same time from the beginning. What happens is that you don't have this audio model yet in your head. So you read a word and you read it without knowing how it should sound. Even if you know all the phonetical rules, the reading rules, all the alphabet and how the letters should combine with each other and what kind of sounds they are supposed to make, and all things like this. So you know all the theory. So you're like, okay, I can read. You start reading, and actually you're reading in the wrong way. Just because you don't really know how it's supposed to sound. Because there are so many nuances in all the languages that even if you know theoretically how it should sound, it's only theoretical. Like, let's say English and Russian both have a sound and a letter L. I would better take French and Russian. But the French L doesn't sound like Russian L at all. So Russian L could be L or L. A French is never L or never L. It's somewhere in between when it comes to how mild it is. L. So, and those are, for me, those are three different sounds. 2 Russian sounds and 1 French sound. And I can distinguish them. and I can pronounce them and output. And for me, it's absolutely clear. But if I try to explain this in theory to someone, how can you explain that? The best way is just to listen a lot and to feel it yourself. Because at some point there will be this critical mass of input that makes you feel how it's supposed to sound. And at this point, if you have this critical mass, then you can learn the alphabet and start reading. But when you see words written, you will already know how they are supposed to sound. And the only thing you have to do now is to look at that ideal model in your head, because you hear it. You can very clearly hear how the word should sound. It's right here in your mind. You can hear it. You see the word. And now you're trying to pronounce it. And you automatically auto-correct yourself and trying to use all your muscles in the right way. Sorry. So you're trying to push it closer to the ideal sounding. Maybe not from the first time, but at least you really know where to go or how it should be. And if you don't have this, you will just pronounce it somehow that the rules told you. A textbook. So this is the idea. There are some other nuances in this research, and again, I will leave the link in the description. You can read it yourself, all the research and all the details. But this is the main idea. Okay, what does that mean for us? What is the critical mass? When can we start reading? And let's go and see our roadmap again. Okay, so we have different language activities on our roadmap. Listening, okay, we have all the levels. Speaking, we will look at it later. And here there is reading. And you can see that reading is non-existent during all the beginner levels and intermediate one, which is altogether 450 hours. Well, for medium related to Russian languages, like English. So 450 is this kind of risk-free time zone for your natural fluency, if you want to keep it natural, right? For your pronunciation, for your accent. It means that you don't read, no deliberately reading, no active activities about reading. Of course, if you see some Cyrillic alphabet or words from time to time, you can just, I look at it. Maybe even you can make some discoveries about it. Maybe you came across some words. Even in my videos, in the very first video, I already write names, like my name, Inna. I write Inna. But this doesn't mean that you need to instantly grab a book with the Russian alphabet and see which letter is which. Just keep it, passive. Okay, she wrote something. Apparently this is E. That's a discovery, but I don't do anything with this at the moment. Then, when you start intermediate 2, you can, bit by bit, no hurry, look at the alphabet, read a little bit, but I would not recommend. So I would recommend to keep it passive till maybe somewhere the end of intermediate 2. Why? Because let's look at speaking. To understand this, to understand about reading, we need to speak a little bit about speaking. Speaking has its own phases as well, natural phases. And let me show you the whole roadmap right here from the beginning. Beginner 0. 0 beginner, beginner 1, and beginner 2 all have as an activity only watch and listen. Watch and listen. Only getting input. No speaking. All those 3 beginner levels have speaking phase, which I named babbling. Babbling is a stage when you, well, this is what happens to lots of natural learners. You don't understand a lot in the language yet as a beginner. I mean, if you try to watch native content, or if you're in the street in Russia, for example, and you listen to the strangers in the street, you're like, it sounds abracadabra. I don't remember. I don't understand practically anything. Maybe one word here and there. But as your mind is not overloaded with the meaning, actually your attention is so much focused on the sounding, on the melody, on the sounds, pronunciation, intonations, accent, and all those very often weird sounds that people make in between words. Those are a lot of discoveries, and that was maybe the most, the funniest phase in learning French for me, because you're just, they do this, they also make this sound like horses. And your attention is so sharp on sounds. And what happens is, when you listen to a lot of language, then you catch yourself at some point at the moments when those sounds just pop up in your head. First. Second, if you are not too much of a serious person, like I'm not, I like to fool around, and what's the word? Mocking, maybe. Is that the right word? Remember Jim Carrey. This is what he's doing, and when a person is alone, he can do this as well. I don't know if all people do this or just some people do this, but I do it when I'm alone. I like to to play something silly. And when I had all these strange new sounds in my head from a different language, and when I was alone, I would just, try something. Like, okay, oh, they do this. No, French don't do that, but something weird pops up in my head, and I'm just trying to output it, just for fun. Because remember, I told you I had no intention to learn the language, so it was supernatural what was happening to me. I was not conscious about it. I was just doing something that happened by itself. So I was like, okay, let me play with this sound. So they do this all the time, and they say ba me and that's funny, joyful, playful. I don't know, a lot of fun. So that's the babbling stage. And if it happens to you, I think this is very healthy and a good sign of natural acquisition. Well, kids do this as well, right? So what happens next? What happens next? Intermediate one. Speaking. We have a little sign here. Speaking starts. But let's be accurate on what speaking is. And let's remember that a lot of advocates for ALG method, natural approach method, they say you should keep the silent period. Don't speak. Don't speak. Well, for me, it was one of the major problems I had with ALG for a long time, before I actually learned something about it that no one is talking about. And I'm going to tell you this right now. So let's look at what people mostly say. What people mostly say about silent period. There is even a joke like ALG police will come and see if you're speaking or not. For me, it was really, so they say there is a silent period, and then at some point, hop, and you start speaking. And that was always very weird to me. Like, how can you just speak one day? Like, you wake up and start speaking? What's that? And that was really a problem for me. Like, okay, I love this method, but there is this very weird thing. What? It doesn't make sense for me. Like, intuitively, it's not what is supposed to happen. Well, this didn't happen to me. Well, to me, it was happening in a different way. And some students told me as well, like, I don't know about this silent period. Until I actually watched a very long interview. Actually, he has 2 or 3, maybe 4 long interviews of David Long. Maybe that's why the interviews are long. Okay. David Long, who is that? This is one of the first students in ALG school, AUA school in Thailand. He was one of the first Dr. Brown's student in this natural approach group, ALG group. And later, in about 10 or 15 years, he became the director of this school. So he was a successful pure ALG student. He learned Thai and speaks like a native. And it means that he had 30 plus years of experience, both as a student and then as a director in ALG method. And in this interview, which was dedicated to speaking, and yeah, I will leave the links below. You can watch those interviews yourself. It's very interesting, though you need to count about 10 hours to watch it. Well, okay, I think 4 hours could be enough for the most interesting parts. And there, he's also telling about the silent period. He is also talking about this very certain point when speech emerges. And it looks all like everyone is talking about it. But there is a nuance, actually, that opened this problem for me. There is a nuance. He's saying what we call speaking is speaking in full improvised sentences without pre-thought. So spontaneous, meaningful, improvised, full sentences. They can be simple. Those sentences can be simple. They can be imperfect, short, but those are full phrases. This is what we call speaking. Speaking emerges. But what's interesting is that finally he said that some parts of speech can emerge even earlier, but usually those are just individual words, some exclamations, common phrases, fragments of sentences, but we do not consider it to be speech just because it's not full sentences. But finally, I found some person who's saying, well, actually, yes, some speaking can emerge earlier. And this is what happened to me, and this is what's happening to some of my students who don't have this strict rule like, I will shut up, I will not say a word. No, those who are just free and they're like, okay, actually something popped up on its own. I didn't ask for it, but there was a phrase or a word that just slipped out, and I said it, and okay. And I think this is totally fine, and finally I can see that it's not only me, thank God. David Long is also saying that this happens. It's just that strictly saying, giving definitions, if we say when does speech emerge, then yes, we would say it emerges at 65% of language proficiency, like comprehension proficiency. At around this point, usually most of students start speaking with full improvised, meaningful sentences. Okay. But now we can see that some other fragments of speech can emerge earlier, and that's okay. Like first it's babbling. Let's get back to our roadmap. It was babbling first. Well, this is really not speech, let's say. And at intermediate 1, approximately, first words occur. And it can be a bit earlier, a bit later, just like with kids, some kids talk when they're 1 year old already, and some keep silent for some reason for 2 years, and everyone around is like, oh my God, he's not speaking, is it okay? And then finally he's just, opa, and starts speaking with long, full, wonderful sentences, because he was just keeping it for himself for so long. So personalities are different. So it can happen a bit earlier, a bit later. Here we have a very, very average roadmap. So approximately intermediate one, we are saying that we start outputting our first words. So here we have two matryoshkas. CR, matryoshka, who is providing comprehensible input, cooking borscht. And this matryoshka, it's you. You're learning Russian. And when you are intermediate, somewhere in between 200, 450 hours, you're starting outputting some words. But what's very important in speaking is that, well, there is a difference between natural speaking and forced speaking. What you really should avoid is forced speaking. Don't make any deliberate practice of speaking. Only let natural speaking emerge. What is natural speaking? Natural speaking is, the main characteristic is that it's flowing by itself without any pre-thought. Just some words or sentences or anything, let's say, falls on your tongue and just slips out. You didn't plan on it. It just happens. And if you think that it's impossible, I really wish you to experience it. That's so pleasant. Just up and it goes out on its own, just like in your native language. That's a precious feeling. This is what I really, really appreciate in this method, that the resulting fluency is so pleasant, incredibly. And getting back to the question, which method is better, this or that? Well, traditional method works. You see, I'm speaking English, it's okay. But this doesn't feel the same. Like, I'm getting tired when I speak English. When I speak, it's not automatical. It's well, I have to put a lot of effort. And I would like to. Yeah, I really prefer when it happens really naturally. So this is what natural fluency, natural speaking is, and we want that, and we don't want to force anything. So if you have a pre-thought, if you're planning to say something, it's not natural speech. And this is not recommended. So sometimes some words just pop up. They don't make any meaningful, full, meaningful sentence. That's why we don't really call it speech yet, but something is here. Next level, intermediate 2, speaking is at the phase of basic phrases. So it means that you can say a very simple, super simple phrase. I like this. I like dinosaurs. Right? Elementary, super elementary, but very natural. Because those phrases are so common, so frequently used, that you cannot avoid being able to say them sometimes. Advanced, and here what we are all looking for is simple sentences and narratives emerging. This is when we say speaking emerges, real speaking. Like you can say full sentences. Okay, so let's go back to our Roadmap. We talked about speaking. I think I told you more or less everything. No. I will also tell you a little bit about how to train that speaking. Oh, a bad word, train. How to make the right setting so that this speech emerges in the most natural way, like we want. So as I showed you, all the beginner levels, you don't speak at all, like babbling stage. There is no need even to try or to do something special for it. And at this stage, the only thing you can practice is crosstalks. But at this stage, crosstalk is not a place where you practice speaking. Because at babbling stage, you cannot really... You can give some emotional feedback to your language partner. Like you listen to him speaking Russian. You speak your language, maybe English, let's say. So, and sometimes when you really understand what the person has told you, you could say, but this is not an English it's already a Russian intonation. Like if you caught it already, if it flows out naturally, like it can happen that you've caught the right sounding of Russian, those kind of emotional in between words things that Russians say. I had a student in the very first year. She was very good at natural acquisition. And we didn't even talk about the method, and she was just doing this absolutely intuitively. And I was amazed how well she mimicked how we say yes in Russian. It's not just da, but actually in real world, in real life, in lively conversation, I would say, like someone is telling me something and I'm like, da da da. Can you take this from a textbook? Never. No one will teach you this. But this is what all Russians do. Da 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 da. Da da da. Da da da. This 3 times. The first one emphasize and da da da. Like you don't want to analyze that, but she just caught it like this. And whenever we talked, she didn't speak yet. Like she was giving me this kind of just da нет, simple answers, but her da 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 was absolutely ideal, like perfect, like, all the intonations, everything. And a person who can say these kind of things in a very natural way has more chances to be accepted, let's say, in the language community than a person who knows a lot but is breaking all the accent and the sounds and grammar and everything, and so heavy with this accent that actually it's even painful. By the way, I read somewhere very long time ago that the part of the brain that is responsible for pain is also activated when you hear a foreigner, and not only foreigners, but in general, like when you hear people making mistakes in your native language. Can you imagine that? That's so funny. I cannot give you the link where I read it because it was a long time ago and I forgot. But that's curious, no? So yeah, tutors and teachers have to, suffer a little bit while they are being patient with learners. And I bet you don't want other people to suffer, right? So that's why it's really, really pleasant, and it's really more chances that you will be accepted if your accent is good, is close to native, or at least, somewhere average, normal. I think it gives a lot of benefits. It's something. Oh, what's the word in English? In uh, im I forgot the word. So this is something not open, clear. This is not something obvious, maybe. But this is what everyone feels, I think. When a person is not breaking your language with a thick foreign accent, you feel better, and you want the person to be accepted. Yeah. So what was I talking before? Like da da da. She was very good at this and da da da. Speaking, babbling stage, right? So you're doing crosstalks here. You're doing crosstalks at the beginner level. The purpose of the crosstalks is not really speaking, even though you can give these kind of emotional reactions or something. But it's more about making connection and getting high quality input with a real person in real time, even if it's online. But still, you are here. Your communication is real. You can talk about personal things or anything you want. It's not just a video that you're passively watching. You're really in it. So you can speak your own language, but all the input you're getting it in Russian, and it's super relevant for you. And that's priceless. That's why Crosstalk is very good at this point. Now, intermediate 1, intermediate 2. Those are levels when you are starting to output some fragments of the language. We do not call that speaking strictly yet, but something is starting to pop up, right? Where do you put that? Who will hear that? Well, maybe no one, and you just talk to yourself if it pops up like this. Or you can continue with crosstalks. And every time something slips out in Russian, you let it slip out in Russian. Your language partner is Russian, so he will understand. It's fine, it's fun, it's great, natural. Let it continue like that during crosstalks. So the amount of Russian with your input amount increasing will also increase. Like you're beginning with babbling, and then you say a word, and then you say something else, and something else, and something else. Your speaking kind of develops more and more because you are getting more and more input. And during those crosstalk sessions, you will speak mostly your native language, but yeah, Russian will be kind of growing very slowly as well. And at some point, when you are in the end of intermediate 2 or advanced, this is what we call speaking emerges, all those full sentences you're outputting. At this point, you can start conversations. And actually, I would say you should start conversations. I would say do not get stuck in crosstalks for too long. I would say at some point when you feel that you can output phrases and simple sentences, stop cross-talking. Meaning, stop speaking any other language than Russian. Create a situation where you know that the other person is not going to communicate with you if you speak somewhat other than Russian. The best is if you find a person who doesn't speak any other, common language with you. You have no choice, only Russian. Why is it important? Others could tell you, no, crosstalk is great for a very long time, and make it natural and let it grow naturally. The amount of Russian that you output, you can mix it with English and so on and so on. But I think at some point you should stop that. Why? Let's look at the example of bilingual kids. A very widespread situation. And I have the same situation with my kid. And I know a lot of people who have the same kind of problem situation. What happens is that the kid, no matter what language his mother and father speak, ends up as a fluent speaker of the language where he lives. So the other language, like the second language and even the third language of his parents, can be really well developed. I mean, in some families, it happens incredibly. Like the kid can speak 2 languages, 3 languages. And I admire those kind of parents. They create this kind of setting for the kid, that the kid can do that. But the mostly widespread situation is that the kid is choosing, it's not that the kid, but his brain is actually choosing the easiest way. And usually this easiest way is that the kid is answering, like the kid can understand 2 languages, let's say. My daughter understands Russian and French, but she always answers in Russian, even to her French dad. Because she knows that he understands Russian. So why would she put any effort and suffer to answer in French? And that was a big problem for a long time. Like, she doesn't speak French. Oh my God. But like, he tried to be really strict about this. But it does not work. She knows that he speaks Russian. So she never spoke French to him. Until at some point we were traveling in Japan. And we met a French girl who obviously didn't speak any Russian. And my daughter liked this girl so much, and the girl liked her, and they were like 2 friends, like, hey. And my daughter wanted to communicate with her so much, so badly, that at some point I saw that they are sitting and chatting in French for an hour, for 2 hours, and I'm like, wow. So what's the moral here is that no matter how much input you get, at some point you need to create a situation in which you don't have any choice but speaking. Because if you don't, outputting is a quite effortful activity. Even if it flows naturally, even if, you are about to say something that you really already know from your input, not from a textbook, from memorized or drilled something. Even in this case, your brain can get lazy and just stop you from doing that. So that's why I'm more on the side that at some point, when you feel, of course, not, if it's too hard, super hard, then don't do it. But at some point, you will feel it, like you are ready to output a sentence. Well, make a test with yourself. Does it happen sometimes that you just like, I have a phrase in my head, a full phrase? It means you can start conversations. So what you need to do is to create a situation in which you have no choice. There is a person in real time who is waiting for you to say something, and you want to have a conversation with this person. And in this case, you will start speaking. Yeah. If you don't do it, you can kind of miss this moment. And I don't think that you will lose the moment, but you will just lose some time. You can start later, of course, but why starting later if you can already start? So, yeah. Now I think I really said everything about speaking. So let's get back to the screen, and we can come back to reading. So remember, reading, we don't start reading early on. We start around intermediate 2, and very, very, easily looking at the alphabet, getting familiar with the letters. By the way, you see, I have written that reading and writing is optional. Well, actually, it is. Some people don't even need reading or writing in their life, so you can just forget about it, for example. But most people want to at least to read something, yeah. Okay, and reading, really reading, I would recommend starting that when you already started to speak. Well, full sentences, maybe not solid, but kind of, you feel that you can hold a super simple daily conversation. And I want to explain why. So why this reading should start here and not before. What is reading? What is reading? I think reading is almost speaking. Because if you read out loud, and even if you read just in your mind, you're actually pronouncing words. And we've already talked so much about, speaking early, not early, naturally, not naturally. Why would you pronounce words before you started speaking naturally? I don't see any reason for that. Like, this is just breaking everything. You are going to facilitate your fluency. I don't think it works. It's like all backwards. No. First, you start speaking naturally. That's a sign that you've had this critical mass of input and you're ready to output, and you're also ready to read, because it means that whenever you see a word written, you will, in most cases, you will know this word and you will know how to pronounce it. If you don't know this word, well, don't read it. No, but that's another reason. Like, it's better if you know a lot of vocabulary already. So every time you look at the word, it takes you, it almost instantly you can read it because you already have it right here, both as just like a word item, also just like an audio item. Like you know how to pronounce it, how it sounds, how it should sound, and you just read it super easily. That's why what we recommend is reading at intermediate 2. Like, okay, you can get acquainted with the Cyrillic while during intermediate 1, easily. Intermediate 2, or after even you started speaking, you can start reading. And I will not, not in this video, I think. I will not go deeper in the reading and writing stages. I will only say that listening and speaking are naturally acquired skills. Reading and writing are not naturally acquired skills, even for the native speakers. We learn to read by, deliberate practice. Our parents make us do this, teach us this. First, we read like first we write. What I wanted to say about writing. First, we learn how to write, but we don't really know the grammar rules as native speakers in Russia. Like before school, we are not grammar aware. Yeah. So we just write everything just as we hear it, and we make a lot of mistakes, and that's okay. For kids, no one is judging them like, you're not at school yet, you will learn that at school. And everyone is making a lot of mistakes, and that's very funny. Everyone laughs about it, and that's fine. When you go to school in Russia, you start learning how to write in a proper way, like grammar aware writing. Here it is. Yeah, by the way. Letter formation first, then phonetic spelling. This is what we do before school. Grammar aware reading is when we are from 7 to 15, 17 years old. It takes a lot of time to become literate in your own language, because to write in a proper way takes a lot of effort, because there are so many rules, and they are not acquired naturally. That's funny. Reading and writing are not natural skills. This is something that we invented as humanity. Long time ago, of course, but apparently not enough long ago to call it totally natural. We have to put a lot of effort to deliberate practice to that, and consciousness. Okay, so now let's not talk too much about this and go on. So now you can really understand what this means. Start reading after accomplishing intermediate 1 level. So when you are starting intermediate 2, yeah, you can start with that. And this includes subtitles, by the way, right? So that's why We do not recommend using subtitles. Don't use subtitles if you are less than intermediate too. Even though on our channel, all our videos have subtitles. This is for two reasons. First reason is that simple subtitles with simple language of simple, short beginners videos are a very good material for the moment when you start reading, when you are about intermediate too, and you need those kind of simple, short, easy texts. That's why when you're intermediate too and you're about to start reading, it's a very good thing to come back to the beginners videos and slowly practice reading with the video. Because first, it's recommended to listen. Let's look. Am I? Yes. You see, listening supported reading, the first stage of developing reading skills. Listening supported reading is when we also have this little picture right here. Wait. Reading. I will find it. Sorry. Okay, reading. The first. Listening supported reading is when someone is reading, a native speaker is reading, and you're like, following. The next step I will show you here. Right here. The native speaker is reading, you're listening and following. That's like bit by bit you will pronounce it in your head with the reader, and then you will try to pause and read yourself bit by bit also. Okay, where were I was here. So that's about the subtitles, but we really don't recommend using subtitles before that, early on. And well, congratulations, we have dealt with the first page of of this document. We have two more, so but we will not talk about them. We will talk only about this part, about don'ts. I already touched on that when I was showing you the roadmap and the equation and talking about interference. This is what I already said. Don't force speaking. Don't analyze the language. This includes grammar studying, asking questions about the logic, why, what, and even not questioning yourself and analyzing the language while listening. Forget about it. Don't translate. No translations. Don't take notes. Don't read too early. Those are don'ts. Why don't translate? Because in natural acquisition, the link between a word and its meaning goes not through translation, like not through your native language, but goes directly through the experience of this word. Let's say whatever, a house. You hear dom and you see a picture of a house. This is the direct link, like the real thing, even if it's just an illustration, or a real house or whatever, a situation, a real context. And it builds the direct link to the meaning of the word. And this is what we want. It's faster and more natural. So this avoids making this huge hook through your native language. This is what we don't want. Don't take notes. It's just because it puts you in this study mode, conscious study mode of your brain. And also, this is not the way we are going. Okay, that's it. Okay, yesterday it was already too late to continue, so I today is the next day. So we've talked about all the ALG principles, do's and don'ts, about different language skills, language activities like speaking, comprehending, reading and writing. And so we've talked about different elements of the method. And now what I'd like to do is to put that all together in a structured learning path that you could use it. We already touched on the roadmap. I showed you fragments of it. Right now I'm going to show you the roadmap from the zero beginner till advanced level, and we will talk about every level in a very detailed way. So the screen. Here is our roadmap. ALG Roadmap to Natural Russian Fluency. On every level, well, look at this Matryoshka doll. I love it, and I'm so grateful to our designer, Ksusha. That's amazing. I really love it. Look at the little Matryoshka. Look at her eyes. She's looking at her mommy. What? Nose. Yeah, I understand. She's so cute. I love them. I love the illustrations. Okay, that's a little bit of me. Thank you. So, what we have here is an illustration, a very general illustration of what a learner is supposed to do at this stage. So the CR Matryoshka, that's your guide in the language you're learning. Well, we are talking about my channel in this case. So here Matryoshka, that's me and my other speakers. So that's us, the native speakers. That's the native speaker. I would say a patient, caring native speaker that is eager to help you and to put all the effort for you to understand what is happening around you in the language that you're learning. Just like the kid is surrounded with this care, love, emotions, and the wish for the kid to develop from the parents and all the close adults around him. Okay, so what's happening on the zero beginner level? First of all, we'll look here, and I will explain you how to read this roadmap. Here we have the signs of activities. So on the zero beginner level, we only watch and listen. That's it. We do not speak, we do not read, we do not write. Only watch and listen. What do we listen to? Comprehensible input. Visuals that carry most of the meaning of what's happening. When you're zero beginner, you don't understand the language at all, you don't know any words, so you need a lot of visual support. From 80 to 100% of the visual support of meaning should be covered by visuals and the context. The speech should be quite slow, well, actually super slow, very clear, simple and concrete. What concrete means? is that we are speaking about something that is happening right now, here and now. That's the very important rule for all the teachers, tutors, and ALG guides. This is very, very important. Be super concrete. Don't talk about something abstract. This doesn't work. It will be a talking head if you're talking about some abstract things. On the beginner and intermediate one, maybe level, we try to be as concrete as possible. We are talking about here and now, what's happening right now, commenting, emotions, whatever. So, and on this illustration, you can see that this is super concrete. And I love this one because I saw it in other cultures, not only in Russia. What we all do with the baby, we are trying to find the nose. And everyone around the baby is like, oh, where is the nose? Aha, this is your nose. And this is the father's nose. And this is mother's nose. And all this game is happening every day around the baby. And the baby is looking, oh my God, a nose. Now I know what it means. And basically, this is what we have to do with you, beginner learners, is to put a lot of feeling, a lot of gestures, emotions, visual support, like everything for you to understand what's happening. So, speaking as is at a babbling stage, we already talked about it. I will not stop here anymore. No reading, no writing. As well, you already know why. Let's go on. Beginner 1. Well, still very visual, can be a little bit less, like I put 60-80% of meaning should be covered by visual clues. Still slow, clear, simple, and very concrete speech. So the learner already understands a little bit of language, so the guide, the native speaker, can bit by bit make the speech a little bit less simple, a little bit less concrete, a little bit less slow, and put a little bit less of visual support. Still babbling stage, no reading and no writing. Oh, by the way, the hours. I didn't talk about the hours. So the zero beginner level, it's your first 50 hours of comprehensible input. Highly comprehensible input. Remember, 80% plus. Comprehensibility. Beginner 1 is from 50 to 120 hours. Next, beginner 2, from 120 to 200 hours. We're still only watching and listening. Only this. So it's still very visual. It's still very comprehensible, slow, clear, simple, and quite concrete. But here we can already switch to something more, narrative, like stories. We can give like us as native speakers, as the guides in the language, we can relax a little bit here and put less energy into providing this visual clues, like not at every single word, but just to give a picture, a general picture, and to narrate around this picture, because at the beginner 2, it's already, you as a learner understand something, something, and you actually, you can understand. Let me see. We have also a scale of listening comprehension. And beginner 2, it's right here. So, listening comprehension, It's this vertical native comprehension rate. Native comprehension rate. Be careful here. So this is how well you understand native speech. Let's say you go outside in Russia, you have all Russians around you, and you're in the street. Okay, this person is talking, that person is talking. How much do I understand from that? When you are a zero beginner, it's from 0 to 5. Beginner 1, little bits. So from 5 to 20. Well, 20. Oh, no. From 5, less than 20. So the end of beginner 2, it's 20% of understanding. Is that a lot? It's maybe not enough for communication. It's just when you're like, oh, I caught this, I caught that, some fragments, but it's really hard to put it all in the story of what's being said. But this is if you are listening to native content, right? But if you are watching adapted content, comprehensible input, then on this stage, you have some vocabulary. You have already some basic elementary vocabulary. So it's quite easier to tell you a story and something interesting. At beginner 2, I have a lot of videos on the channel. Well, this playlist about history, for example, it's beginner 2. It's a very nice spot for the content that is at the same time very visual and already not too simple and too kind of boring because it's easier to tell a whole story. That's a very nice level. But still, babbling, no reading, no writing. So, Matryoshka is growing, as you see. And the only thing it's doing is only comprehending. Okay, I got it. So the next level, intermediate 1. And what we can see here is that now we have a speaking symbol appeared. Intermediate is from 200 to 450 hours of comprehensible input. So what do we watch and listen? We watch and listen comprehensible input that can be between 0 and 30% of a visual support. 0, it's only when it's, let's say, a conversation between two people, but with a very, very simple topic. Like, I don't know, people talking about food or some like super daily, very easy topics. Then they might just talk, right? So that's the first level where you can try podcasts if they are adapted for your level, very well adapted. But otherwise, I would recommend you to focus not on the podcasts, even if it can happen, but I would recommend to focus on vlogs. Vlogs, how to, something that still has visual support, but it's not that the person is providing all that visual support on purpose, specifically to illustrate everything that he's saying. That was for the beginners. Like, we are drawing, we are using some presentations, props, something like that. But here, as a vlog is the best format, I think, because it's the real setting, and it's a very good switch from that beginner content to real native, well, no, not native yet, but something more realistic. A vlog shows you a very wide general context, and the person is talking about something or commenting what he's doing, and this all so you can understand what he's talking about from this very general context. Maybe something happened and the person is reacting. Oh, so the emotion tells you a lot about the context as well. So it's still quite concrete, but less concrete than the beginner's content. The beginner's content, it's only about what's happening right now and we're talking about it. In a vlog, the speech of the native speaker is less concrete. He already can talk about maybe some plans or his emotions or something a little bit more abstract. But all this quite rich visual context gives you clues what he could talk about. So that's really very nice. How-to videos are very useful for this as well. How-to vlogs, things like that. So what's happening with speaking? We've already talked about this. First words. Could be earlier, could be later, but more or less this level. Okay, intermediate 2. 450 to 1000 hours, quite a long period of time. And now we have 3 activities. We watch and listen, still to a lot of input. Speaking emerges. Well, we didn't call that really speaking, we remember. It's not very strictly, but some common phrases, some words can slip out because you have accumulated quite a lot of input already. Yeah, and you can start with Cyrillic foundations for reading. Like you can go look at the alphabet, get familiar with it, and no writing yet. So let's see what means first words in reading. First words in reading. Yeah, intermediate 2. It's the very end. First words in reading. So basically, intermediate 2, you're getting acquainted with Cyrillic alphabet and start reading after you started speaking. Remember that. Right, intermediate 2. This is reading, the illustration for the reading. Oh, by the way, let's look at them. So, the language guide is describing something, still using some visual support, but telling much more than he's showing. And the learner can say some basic, very, 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 very simple phrases or fragments of sentences. So reading. At this stage, it's listening supported reading. So remember, you don't go into reading immediately because reading is basically almost like speaking. So you wait for speaking to emerge and you start reading while listening to someone. So the guide, the native speaker, is pronouncing something and you are just listening and getting acquainted with how this is written. So you make the connection of the sound and the written word. Advanced level, the longest, it takes 1000 hours, from 1000 to 2000. Advanced level, when it comes to input, it's very interesting because on one hand, you can think, I'm ready for the native content. I understand so much. And you are tempted to go and watch anything, movies, YouTube, and actually you already want to do that because learners get tired of adapted content, of course, at some point, and everyone is looking forward to diving into the real, into the world of real content. And I understand this completely. So, but what happens is that when you accomplish intermediate 2 and you have this feeling, okay, I'm going to dive into native content, you dive into native content and you understand that there is a huge gap. Like, and it gives you a frustration because in the native content, you have too much of references, cultural codes, humor, which is not easy to understand. Native content is not mercy. It has no mercy on when it comes to articulation. People speak. Sometimes I cannot understand what they just said in the movie. Really, sometimes I'm like, what? Can't they speak normally? So it's really frustrating. So this gap is exactly for this advanced level. And this is how I see it. So what the guide is doing with the learner is that the guide is taking the native content and facilitates it for the learner, helps the learner to understand this native content. Let's say this is this stage when, let's say you are an advanced learner and you are my friend, you come to my place and we decided to watch a movie together. We watch a movie and sometimes you're like, what was that? What did he say? What did she say? And or why are you laughing? And I stop the movie and I explain you, okay, this is what happened, this is what he said, and this is why it's funny, because this is the reference to this, and I am telling you all the story about this reference, and now you can understand what was so funny and what was the point. Or sometimes why you couldn't catch the speech. Maybe it was play on words. There are so many things in the native language when native speakers speak to each other. Lots of slang as well. So this level, advanced level, the input of advanced level is facilitated native content in general. Plus, it can be a content that is especially made for this level, especially if that is something on a specific theme. Like, let's say if you could go to a Russian school, like a kid, not like a kid, but yeah, like a child and a teenager, right? So you are intermediate learner, and then when you pass to advanced level, you go to a Russian school. And now you are getting all this kind of language that is more linked to some very specific subjects like mathematics, geography, history, Russian language, actually. So because you need all those kind of terms to have it in your vocabulary as well. Well, if you're aiming to native like fluency, of course. So I would say that these kind of videos where you have a presenter that is talking about these kind of subjects, narrow subjects, in a not a super simple but quite simple way, so that you can understand, so that he is kind of introducing all this new vocabulary, all these new sides, fields of the language, in a mild way. Because if you start watching, a scientific video on YouTube, you could be lost, because the presenter in this kind of shows, they assume that you are a Russian adult and you have already passed all school and you already know all those terms, and there is no it's not necessary to explain you all that, explain you the terms and everything. So this is advanced level, is filling the gap between intermediate and native content. Okay, that was too long. I think I could tell you this a bit shorter, sorry. Okay, reading is still listening supported. The native speaker is reading, so you're listening to the audio and reading. So what you can do is actually coming back to easier videos and read the subtitles while listening. This is a very good practice of reading in the beginning. You just listen and follow the text. Follow the text. Don't pronounce anything. Just follow the text. Match the audio speech with the text. That's the first step. Writing, you can start just training the cursive and writing the letters. Simple things, very simple things. Just copying something. And the native like level. Well, this is actually the level when we say goodbye to each other, because so mommy is leaving. Mommy is leaving. Bye bye. The kid has grown up. And now you as a learner are really ready for the native content. So you don't need us anymore. You don't need Comprehensible Russian content anymore. You can go and dive deep into this ocean of Russian internet or life if you are here. So you can see that our Matryoshka learner is now using the device for the device. It's you have a Matryoshka here, so we call it Matbook. So she's using Matbook and talking to native speakers just very easily. This is daily fluency. Native like level, and in general, what you can achieve in 2000 hours of Comprehensible Russian input, it brings you to daily fluency. Why daily? Because I don't risk to say that it's total language fluency. Because let's look at our progress curve. See? Now let's look at this one, because this one is very schematic, and here it's better. It really shows what's happening. Okay, so 2000 hours, it's 90% of listening comprehension of the language. And you can say, well, 90%, it means I understand almost everything, right? And it takes a very, very long time to get from 90% to 100%. From 2000 hours to oh, I don't know, 4,000, I guess, or 5. So it takes you a lot of time to be actually really, really fluent in the language, like natives are. Those last 10% take the most of time. That's why I don't want to say that when you finish advanced, you will be, just like a native. No, no, no. You will still need time to get super close to that, but you will be, you will have your daily fluency for sure. So you will be able to speak practically on any daily topic and deal with any daily task in life. So, yeah. Now, how should I? Well, speaking. I will not touch the speaking, reading, and writing anymore on these illustrations because we already talked about this. Okay. Also, you have a table version of the roadmap. It's all the same, but in the form of a table and the text. So you can read all that to get even more details about every level. I will not read that out loud. You will download that. And we've already looked at the curve. The main principle is that the order of activities is this: first listening, then speaking and reading, and then writing. You see, there are like steps. No, like stairs. Every activity like moves in time. So actually, if we would draw a curve for each activity, they would look like this. First, we listen. Then, somewhere here, we start speaking. Somewhere here, we start reading and writing. Every activity starts later than the previous one. Okay, I think that's enough for the roadmap. Now let's talk about daily routine. What you should do every day. Let's say you've decided, okay, starting to learn Russian. What should I do? Where should I start? So your recipe is this. Your daily recipe is this. First of all, decide how much time you are going to spend on that. Wait. Yes, I already showed you the website, right? So go right here on this page, set up your goals. That's the first thing you need to do, is to calculate, okay, where I want to be, what is my closest goal, or maybe the final goal. You choose this goal and you count how much it takes. Are you happy with it? Like, okay, it will take a year. Am I happy with that? I will spend 1 hour every day, and in 1 year I will reach this level. Is that okay for me? Okay, fine. If not, play with those numbers and see what's possible for you. Maybe you cannot make 1 hour a day. I don't know, you're super busy. You have so many things. Maybe you can do only 15 minutes a day. Well, it also can give you some progress, but slower. It will take more time and months, right? You decide what you want to do. You set your final goal and your daily goal. And then you think, okay, every day I need to watch something. I already know how I need to watch that, the terrible 5, do's and don'ts. I know how to do that. I know the mindset that I need to relax and not, think about the language and things like that. The only thing I have to do every day is to watch the content that fits my level. So the next thing you do is you need to define your level. Here we have, well, when you register on the website, you will have a step like choose your level, and you can go through videos to understand which level is yours. Or you can do this on our channel, and I already told you, like, you try one level, another level, and find this sweet spot of understanding, if it's not too easy or too hard. Remember, about 80+% of comprehensibility of input, not less. Okay, so you have your goals, you have your level. Now you're ready to acquire the language. What you do is that you go on the main page and just watch videos, right? Well, here I'm showing you work in progress. We cannot see, so I will go to the old version of the website, the main page with all the library. So you choose your level, you choose your preferences of content. You can find topics you like, the duration of the videos, speakers you like, channels you like. I already said that we have not only Comprehensible Russian channel, YouTube channel, but other creators as well. You choose your level, you sort videos as you want, boom, okay, you choose a video and you play it. Let's say we want to watch Valera. Okay, while you're watching this video, the time counter is already working, so you don't have to think about how much time I spent getting input. Should I write it down somewhere? Should I have a log file or something like that? It's all automatic. You have videos on the side. This is recommendations, and on the new version of the website, and I'm looking forward for that, we will have an SRS system, and that's a great thing. So let me tell you, you all know flashcards, right? And especially the apps for flashcards. They all use the SRS, spaced repetition system, which means that the cards that you see with words appear according to a forgetting curve, I think it's called. I might be mistaken. So the forgetting curve is describing how fast we forget things, new information, I mean, and it shows us how often we should and in which intervals of time we should repeat that new information, not to forget it, right? So usually it goes like that. You get the new information today, then you repeat it right away, then you repeat it in several hours, then you repeat it tomorrow, then 2 days later, then 3 days later, then a week later, I don't know. Well, the progression is described by the curve, so you can find the numbers. What is good and what is bad about this thing? In general, I love this idea. I think it's absolutely, I think it describes reality very accurately. This is how it works. So it's nice to repeat things, not to forget them. But with natural learning, this is a drill, and this does not fit our approach. So I'm not using flashcards, and we don't use any SRS system. So I thought, how could we combine the good idea of repetition and this progress, the forgetting curve and all this SRS idea with natural approach? Because repetition is good, drilling is bad. And then I realized that what I did with Japanese, when I was watching videos in Japanese, what I naturally did is that I took a playlist, let's say 10 videos, and I would repeat them every day. I would just watch, go over them again and again. Well, it was not boring for me. If it would be boring, if it was boring, I would not do that. You remember, this is a very important rule. Don't get bored with your content. But I wasn't. So I was just repeating those 10 videos every day for a week, more or less. It was intuitively, but I'm describing how eventually it happened. So more or less for a week, I would watch 10 videos every day. And next week, I would switch to other 10 videos and watch them every day. And on the third week, I would actually go back to the first 10, and then I would just, add something else. So it was kind of a very natural way of this repetition, SRS, natural SRS, maybe. And it felt very good. And at some point I realized, okay, these videos, I'm bored already with them, but this one I really love. I can repeat it again. So I had my favorites and that I would repeat. So then I thought, when we were developing the website, I thought, we can do this. But we are not this kind of flashcard in the system. It's not a word, it's a video, an entire video or a story or something. So what you're doing is that you're watching videos every day, and then the website automatically suggests videos that you could repeat according to the SRS intervals. So let's say you've watched a new video today. Tomorrow, the platform will show you in the recommended section, will show you this video again with a little mark SRS recommended, something like that. So you see, oh, okay, this video is recommended to be rewatched today. And you can, of course, skip it if you don't want it. You can mark, oh, don't show me that video anymore. I will not repeat it because I didn't like it, for example, for some reason. Or if you want to rewatch it again and again, you can mark it, yes, rewatch. I will rewatch this one. So repeating, rewatching your favorite videos according to SRS intervals will be integrated into the platform. Well, I really hope that it will. I really like the idea. So we are waiting for the new version of the website in the coming weeks. But I can tell you that this very function of SRS will be a little bit later on the next version. We are in the developing process at the moment. Yeah, so let's back to the screen. Getting back to your routine. You watch a video, your time, input time is being automatically counted. You don't worry about anything. The only thing, your task is to watch videos you understand the most and that you like. Okay, that's it. Basically, that's it. Then, of course, you can go to your progress. Well, let's look at the future version. Oh, no. Wait. Stage 1. This is the design of the website. I will show you. It's the most full presentation of the website, because we haven't launched yet, but you can see how it's going to look like. So you're watching videos every day, and at some point you want to see how well you're doing, and that's why we have this progress page. So you will see how close you are to your goals. You have your journal as well. You can make a note, so you can add anything you've been doing outside the platform. Maybe you watched a movie, maybe you had a crosstalk, maybe you had a conversation, maybe you read something. If you are on the more advanced levels, anything you are doing and you want to log, you can put in the journal. The journal looks like this. Where is it? My journal. So you can add anything here, add a note, and add what exactly you want to add. Listening, watching, reading, speaking, and there are other parameters that could be marked. And all that is a system, the system will consider all those numbers and actually adapt the timeline for you. Let me show you again. First of all, when you log in, when you register, you will have several questions. Well, not too many. Just your background, your native language, and maybe some other languages. Your starting point, like maybe you have been logging your input time before, and now you're switching to this platform and you have 500 hours already, so you can put it here, of course. But what happens when you show what your native language is that the platform automatically adapts the timeline for you. It means that when you go to your progress page, this timeline will adapt. Like, for example, if you are from Bulgaria and you speak a Slavic language, these numbers will change. They will show less input time needed for every level. Okay. Other thing that you can do while watching videos is sorry, I need to switch to another part, because there we have the very final version, and I want to show you something from the final version. So on the watch page, we are going to have, well, comments and something that is quite important. Right here. There will be a pop-up. After you watch the video, there will be a pop-up like this, where you could rate input comprehensibility. Input comprehensibility, meaning how much you could understand this video. Like, was it 80% or not? And remember I told you, if input comprehensibility is less than 80%, your curve will change, right? it will take you longer to acquire. So here, when you watch a video, the platform will ask you, did you understand 80%, or how much did you understand from this? You mark the percentage, and then if your understanding is less than 80% for quite a long time, then the platform will ask you, hey, maybe the content you're watching is too hard for you. Maybe you should go a level lower. And what? I forgot. Sorry, I lost my thought. Yeah, so you can go on level lower, and also it will give you a warning that, hey, if you're going to continue like that and watch content that you don't understand, which is not highly comprehensible for you, your timeline will stretch. So the only thing I want to tell you is that we are trying to make everything really working, all this back-end thing, that it would really correlate with all the method, how it works, and all the, all those curves, equations, la 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 la, all the rules and principles. I want everything to work on the website for you eventually. So we're trying to do that really, 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 really hard. I'm looking forward for it. I think that's it about the website. There is another statistic page that is going to be implemented, like the calendar, all the notes, I don't know, your motivation, input, comprehension rate, lots of things. I will maybe make another video when the website will be ready, to explain everything. There are lots of nice things are going to be implemented. Okay, so that's it. This is your routine. I think that sounds quite easy, right? So you just watch videos, and you can do it all on one platform because, as I told you, we are collecting only the best and pure comprehensible input from different creators that allow embedding. So you can find it all in one place. Your input time is counted. Actually, I was thinking a lot about should I include other creators or not, because like, this is Comprehensible Russian, and why should I kind of promoting other people? But I thought, no, really, it will be better both for you and me, because anyway, I know that the learner is always looking for different resources, and I know that all of you will look for other creators as well, and you will go on YouTube sometimes and watch something there anyway. So I thought, if they're doing that anyway, why not including it on the website so you feel comfortable? So it's convenient for you to have everything in one place. The only thing that I told you is that we are very accurately selecting the content, that it doesn't have any English, that it doesn't have any translations, subtitles, things like that, and that it really provides comprehensible input. Yes, okay, that's it about the your daily routine. Again, summarizing, just watch the videos, be consistent, try to make it every day. If you cannot do this is already about the motivation. If you cannot do it, well, have a rule, for example, that if you don't have mood for watching anything today, try to watch something for 1 minute. Tell yourself, I don't want to watch, okay? Just 1 minute. 1 minute is nothing, right? You start watching 1 minute, and if you still feel that you don't want to do that, stop. Don't cheat yourself, right? You promised yourself 1 minute. If you don't feel like continuing, stop. Because if you cheat yourself, next time it will not work. But if after this minute you feel like, it's fine. And by the way, the video is nice. I don't know. Well, let's watch it. This 1 minute can bring you to 5 minutes, to 10 minutes, to 30 minutes, even maybe, when you start doing something. So take this rule of 1 minute in your pocket. Maybe it will help you on, in the days when you don't feel like doing anything. Okay, so be consistent, watch videos. All the tools are in your hands. Yeah, by the way, all this thing that I'm showing you, our website, so it's gonna cost $8 a month. And that's included the time counter. So the main tool for learning, acquiring a language, the time counter. So you're paying for the time counter and you're paying for premium videos. And now we are making videos, new videos every day. We are releasing one video every day. So, well, and plus all the archive, right? That is already there. So when you subscribe, $8, well, actually $8, it will be later when the new website is launched, which is coming in the coming weeks. Right now, at this moment, it's $5. $5 a month for all the videos that are there. And all the new videos coming out every day. So on YouTube, we are releasing more or less one video every week. But in our premium subscription, we have new videos every single day. Plus, on the platform, you have all the other creators. So that's quite a lot of input, really. So I invite you, please subscribe. I'm not gonna, pretend that all this works for, it's not charity, of course. We are putting a lot of work. We have developers, web designer, the speakers, the content manager. All those people need to put some food on their table. So the price is clear, right? What you can do today is that if you are watching this today, if the new platform is not launched yet, what you can do is you go, the link will be in the description, you go and subscribe on Patreon. The Patreon right now is working like a payment system. You register there and then you use our website, all the premium features, everything. $5 a month. So right now you can go on our Patreon page and subscribe for Fast Learner tier. So I promised to talk about how to choose best comprehensible input content online. Not only online, but the general idea. Let's say you are choosing and picking the content on your own, and even maybe you want to use some native content. Well, whatever. I'm giving you a very universal set of recommendations that you can use as a criteria to check if the content is appropriate or not for ALG learning. So first of all, remember the rule that you should comprehend 80+% of what's happening in the video. Not telling you more because I already talked about it and not once. That's first. Second, you need to choose content according to the level you're at. And this you can check with our roadmap, with those illustrations, little text, all those matryoshka dolls. So you look at that, and I will get to that a bit later when we will talk about the roadmap. Or maybe I will put this in another part of video, maybe it was before. So, well, at the moment of this video, where I'm talking about the roadmap, like level by level, I am describing the comprehensible input content that is recommended for each level. So you now have an idea what this input should look like, how much visual support it should have, what kind of speech should be there. And what kind of topic even. Is it concrete or abstract or topics and the theme and so on. So that's the second thing. The content should be appropriate to the levels. 3, emotional engagement. That is very, very important. Please watch something that is relevant to you at the current moment. You should be emotionally engaged. Emotionally, I mean, not only like, entertaining or something that corresponds to your mood, but also just your curiosity. Maybe it's about knowledge. You want to get knowledge. Maybe you're a serious person and you don't care about emotions that much, but you can be compelled by some interesting story, some new knowledge, science, something, anything. But this should be relevant for you at the current moment. So this is important because you need to forget that you're learning. You need to be interested in in the content itself and not the language. So that were 3 universal criteria. And now let's talk also about some things. I have more universal criteria. I forgot. I already mentioned that when I was describing what kind of videos we are selecting for the website, and the same criteria can work for you. So look for videos where you don't have any translation, where you don't have any grammar explanations from the presenter, when the presenter is not using any other language than Russian. So choose videos that are in Russian only, no other languages. No, not speech, no text, nothing. Choose videos that don't have overlaid subtitles. Like on YouTube, you can have subtitles, but you can switch them on and off. But some creators, they burn in the subtitles. Like you cannot turn it off. You always see the text, and it's distracting and not useful. Well, this is only for the beginner and intermediate learners. When you're advanced, you can use subtitles. It's time for reading, it's fine. You can use subtitles for reading. But not for translating, Not for looking up words. Avoid videos that have non-ALG instructions. For example, if in a video the presenter tells you, let's listen to me and then you will answer some questions out loud, or repeat after me, or things like that. This kind of instructions from the traditional methods, well, you don't need that, right? And avoid videos with a lot of text in general. Well, this is more or less like subtitles, but sometimes there are lots of formats of videos on YouTube for language learning when the person is speaking, and then he has lots of text here and there, like comments or giving definitions or some additional information, and like text everywhere. This is something that we want to avoid usually in ALG. We don't need a lot of text for beginners and intermediate levels. Some text is acceptable, just a little bit, sometimes. Well, it's acceptable if, for example, a person made a mistake and he makes a little mark like, oh, this is the right way to say this, actually. Like he did not re-record the video, but he made a little correction. Then some names of places or books or something else, the information that he's giving. Titles and names, acceptable. Dates, acceptable. Maybe some very, very special word that he wants to talk about. So just keep this text less than 5% of the video. Like it should be really, really just a little bit, like salt. Okay. What else? So these were kind of universal recommendations for choosing the content. But also there are some little ways and tricks how you could choose content and make it even more comprehensible. For example, use some narrow topic domain. Like, don't go and look for videos, especially if you're looking for native content videos. I mean, if you're looking not among like teachers and tutors and content creators that create content especially for learners, but if you're looking among native content made by natives for natives, and you want to use it like your comprehensible input, then, well, it's really hard. That's why we are here and making those videos designed especially for the learners. But if you're doing this, you need to follow some, some rules or recommendations. Try to keep this narrow domain, which is daily life, slice of life kind of videos. Don't go directly into something very specific like science or even politics, even though it's very interesting, but it's hard. News and things like this, it's too fast speech, too many terms. So don't go there yet. Start with daily life content. Then, narrative structure, like stories, have really high predictability. And this also makes content more comprehensible. If you choose, between a podcast, let's say, and some kind of a story, the story will be more comprehensible, for sure. Then, visual context is very obvious. Then the more visual context, the more comprehensible video is, of course. Plus, what you can do is to use some background knowledge before you watch a video. Let's say you want to watch a movie, or you want to watch a video about a movie, or some kind of concrete story. And what you can do is you go, for example, on Wikipedia and read about this story beforehand in your native language. Not too detailed, but just the summary of it, to have an idea what it is about. And then you go and watch it in Russian. So this kind of background knowledge or pre-knowledge will help you understand the native content better, of course. Oh, not native, but some kind of content. What else? If you're choosing Russian movies, any other content, some videos, dubbed movies are simpler to understand than original. So maybe you could watch, and in this case, you actually can combine two recommendations: background knowledge and dubbed videos. Like you can take any kind of movie from your country or some widespread movies like Hollywood movies, Bollywood movies, whatever you like European movies, some popular movies that you expect could be watched in Russia, and you know those movies. So you take a movie, let's say Disney, or I don't know, Terminator, whatever. That's a very old example. So something that you've watched before in your own, in your native language, or in English, or in something that you already know, and you watch it in Russian, dubbed Russian version. And a dubbed movie in Russian, so the language, the speech in a dubbed movie in Russian is usually simpler and easier than the original Russian movie, which is not like super critical. The difference maybe not that much, but a little bit easier and simpler usually. Okay, what else? What kind of videos on YouTube are usually good for as comprehensible input? It's all sorts of do-it-yourself, how-to, master classes, etc. So this is really comprehensible input. Like the person is doing something and commenting what he's doing. I don't know, someone is fishing or drawing or cooking. Yeah, cooking videos are really quite highly comprehensible. Of course, you need to choose between them because sometimes people are just like blah, 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 blah about something else and not about what they're doing. So you need to choose videos where the person is quite concrete, commenting on what he's doing and speaking at the rhythm that is appropriate for your level. Okay, when we speak about Russian content, especially movies, choose dramas over comedies, that's for sure. Well, for Russian, for sure, because Russian humor is usually based on play on words and cultural references. And if you're a beginner or intermediate, it's too early for you. You will not understand the humor. You will be frustrated. That's for higher levels. But dramas are talking about something that talks to everyone. More or less, real life. I don't know what problems with love, friends, any kind of relationship. So dramas are usually clear to understand. I mean, the plot is usually clear to understand. By the way, talking about the comedies, yes, the humor is usually very hard to understand, except some cases when the humor is, well, I would say, like super, super simple, maybe even poor. I mean, this kind of humor, like Chaplin, maybe. I'm not saying that Chaplin's humor is poor, but I mean, this kind of humor, the type of humor when it's just the way people act is humoristic, but not what people say is humoristic. You know the difference. So if you're choosing a comedy, be careful with that. I would go for dramas in general, like Russian dramas, better than comedies. Comedies are risky. Dramas, no risk. Okay, movies and cartoons. In general, Russian movies and cartoons. If you have a choice, if you can, I would recommend going to see movies and cartoons from Soviet times, 60s, 70s, 80s, because that was time when actors had a better speech. I mean, the speech was cleaner, it's more comprehensible, more distinct, and modern movies are harder to understand. Like when I watch modern movies in Russian, sometimes I don't understand some parts because I don't hear, for example, they're whispering or saying something in a weird way. I don't hear. I can lose a phrase from times to times. Old movies are better in this sense. Okay, that's it. I think I got something like 15 points about choosing a content for you. Oh, one other thing about cartoons. So when you're looking for cartoons, be careful with kids content in general, because it might sound counterintuitive, but actually a kid's language is not that easy, and maybe even it's not that useful for you. Well, I'm not talking about all of it, of course, but there are so many special kids words and expressions that you can be confused, and you will not even need those words in your adult life. I mean, if your situation is very specific, maybe you have part of Russian family, or maybe you have Russian husband or wife, and you're going to have kids. Of course, watch Russian cartoons to know all that kind of language. But if not, I don't see why you would need those special kids' language, especially in the beginning of your learning process. Maybe when you're advanced and you're like, yeah, I want to know all the variety of the language. I want to know everything. But later, leave it for later. All this kids' language, you don't need it now. So I would not really recommend going into kids' content too much. Okay, now that's it about how to choose best comprehensible input for your learning. I know that this video now is already super long and very messy, but my aim was to talk as much, friendly, open, sincerely about the method, and tell you everything I know. Well, at least everything that comes to my mind when I talk about it spontaneously like this. And well, I hope it was useful. But also, I'm preparing a series of videos also about the method, but those are going to be very structured, scripted videos. There will be 8 videos for the moment, around 10 minutes each. And each video will cover some specific theme about ALG. So those are going to be, clean, nice videos with all the pictures and everything. I'm going to release them quite soon. Well, I don't know when you're watching this video, but November, December, those videos will be out. So just follow the news of the channel, look at your feed, subscribe, and tap this notification bell so that you will not miss those videos. So that like this you will have the full picture of the method for sure. If you watch this all this video for 4 hours, plus you will watch about an hour and a half of those, I think you will be quite loaded with information and really prepared for natural acquisition. So another thing that I prepared for you recently is an AI assistant. Well, I know that nowadays, lots of people are using AI. Some people didn't have time enough to figure out how it works and all the features of AI. So I'm going to explain what exactly this means, an assistant. Everyone knows those chats. So GPT chat, Google chat, lots of AIs, like tons of AIs nowadays exist. Well, imagine a GPT chat. If you ask something, usually it searches all the web to give you an answer. So it's a kind of a very average summary of everything it could find, the most appropriate answer to your question. An assistant is something a bit different. So an assistant is something that a user creates himself. So everyone of you can create an assistant within the AI website service. So you create an assistant. What it means is that you give this assistant, you feed it some information, documents, mostly text documents. So you feed this information to this assistant and give it instructions, it or he, give it instructions about how to use this information and how to behave with those users who will ask questions to this assistant. So what I did is that I collected all the documents, texts, books, everything I have about ALG method, and that I surely know the content in it, and I know, and I trust, and I not trust, but I actually know exactly what's inside, and that it aligns with ALG. So I collected all that and feeded the assistant with all that information. So it has a verified database about ALG method. And I included all kinds of resources. So the books, also I made text summaries not even summaries, transcriptions of interviews with David Long, for example, because David Long did not publish anything online, as far as I know. I guess he didn't. So the only resource is his YouTube interviews. So I made transcriptions of that. And also all the papers that I created myself, like kind of articles, everything I think and everything summaries of ideas, instructions, some techniques, like all my experiences packed in those documents. So I collected all of that. I fed the assistant with all that information, and now it has all this database. And you can go and chat with this assistant and ask him questions. Let it be him. Ask him questions. And this assistant will not search all the web. It will search only the database and give you the answers from this database. So let's say this is a specialist in ALG method that you can chat with. Of course, let me, take some responsibility away from this thing, because this is an AI. Don't expect it to give you 100% right answers to all your questions, because as far as I have been communicating with AI, it really makes up things sometimes, especially when it doesn't know the exact answer. It starts creating something. Well, within this assistant, I didn't notice too many things because he has all the database. But still, just for you to know, be careful. If something seems off, better, I don't know, contact me. Contact me and ask this question that you're hesitating about. And actually, I would like you to contact me if you see that this assistant is giving you very weird answers for some specific topics, for example. Here it is, ALG Method Assistant. So it looks all the same, just like ChatGPT. And you ask any question. Let's say, when should I start speaking? So it's searching the database. Here's the answer. Start speaking when sentences pop out of you without pre-thinking. Then use them. Until then, keep listening. Which is true, right? And then it gives you more information and recommendations. So everything is roughly 70% of the situation. What is that? Right. So look, right here, I can see a little mistake, 70%, actually it's 80%. It's just because apparently in maybe one resource, this number was not updated, so I will need to search for it. But I don't think you will find too bad mistakes anyway. So just like I said, trust this thing. Well, let's say for about 80%, okay, 80-90%, this thing will be right. Otherwise, of course, better check with other resources, first-hand resources, of course. But still, it's a very handy thing. Okay, let's go further. Now, let's actually look at the list of the materials, because I promised this in the very beginning. of the video that I will give you all the list of the links and materials and resources and tools. So what I'm going to do right now, I will just name each resource. So you can actually skip this part and don't watch it and just go in the description and see all those links. But just for those who jumped to this section and maybe didn't watch the whole video and they don't know what we talked about, I will give super short descriptions about every resource so you can understand. Okay, the first part is the core guides and documents, PDFs and docs that you can download. The first one is ALG-Method Quick Start Guide. It's a short document covering the most important points about the method, the do's, like listening with your eyes, let it flow, repeat, and the don'ts, or the terrible 5 that create interference of natural acquisition process. Second one is an ALG map to natural Russian fluency, a detailed map of acquisition journey, which tracks progress based on hours of understood input. And we have 3 versions of it, relevant to the learner's native language factor. So if your native language is English or some European languages, there is one version of the roadmap and the timeline. For Slavic languages, there is another roadmap with another timeline, and very remotely related languages to Russian, like Asian and mostly Asian languages, it's the third roadmap. Okay, next document it's a Google document, so you can copy it and you can edit it. Customizable document that I have created for you, so you could explain to a tutor, to your future Russian tutor, what is expected in an ALG style session, like focusing on comprehensible input, no grammar, no translation, no forced speaking, things like this. Please use it if you need. Then let me see, there was something else, I think. Well, the Effortless Russian Guide playlist on YouTube, which is being prepared, I told you. You will find the link, but the videos will be ready in the coming weeks. So I guess November you will see this playlist released. Maybe December maximum. Okay. Then do's and don'ts of my ALG conversational sessions. So the first document was the prompt, so the text that you can send to the tutor. Do's and don'ts it's mostly a kind of a checklist for you. Recommendations, what to do and what not to do when you are having an ALG session. Well, a conversational session with the tutor, if you want to be aligned with the method. Okay, the AI ALG Method Assistant that I just talked about, also the link is there. What else? Then the books and core theoretical works. Well, first of all, of course, Stephen Krashen's input hypothesis. Actually, you can Google that in a second, but still, the link to Wikipedia is right here. And Dr. James Marvin Brown. His work and observations are the basis for the ALG method. And there are 3 resources, but actually I'm giving you the links to 2 of them, because the third one is a book which is called Listening Approach. And unfortunately, I could not read it entirely because I couldn't find it. It exists only in paper, and we cannot buy it anymore. And I didn't find it at all. The only thing I could do is when I contacted Matt versus Japan, and I asked him to give me photos of that book because I know he has this book. I asked him to send me pictures of a chapter that I really, really wanted to read. So he kindly made pictures and sent me so I could read it. But if someone finds this book in any shape, paper, text, pictures, anything, please contact me and give it to me because yeah, I would like to read it. I cannot find it, unfortunately. Okay, and the two others, maybe, yeah, no, nothing. Just the first one, From the Outside In. This is the autobiography. Actually, the first part of the book could be easily skipped. It's just about his work. Well, don't skip, read. But I mean, if you want to read only about the method, the second part of the book is for you. And the second is Learning Languages Like Children. It's a paper by Dr. Brown, a very short paper, but a powerful one about the language. Okay, next is David Long's interviews. So David Long is the first student of Dr. Brown's ALG school in Thailand. He made pure ALG in Thai, and he's still living in Thai. And then he became the director of this school, and I think he would be still the director if it didn't stop functioning around COVID. So there are at least three video interviews with him online. You will find that in the description as well. Very interesting. Really, I really recommend to watch that. First-hand information, wonderful. Okay, there is also a link to the Cambridge study that I mentioned that tells us about the research supporting the delay of early reading to avoid interference with sound and prosody acquisition. Prosody, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. What's next? Let me check if I did not miss something. Duck. Yes. Now, websites, platforms, and tools that you can use. First of all, of course, it's our website, comprehensiblerussian.com, that I mentioned several times in this video. This is the central ecosystem where the users can, well, first of all, it contains a huge library of probably all videos that exist online. I mean, CI videos. It's not only our Comprehensible Russian channel videos, even though we have lots and we will have tons of more, because now we are releasing a video every day. So you're going to have a huge library of Comprehensible Russian, but it also contains videos from other creators. But it's not this mess that you can find on YouTube. It's actually very carefully selected videos that really align with ALG method. So with no translation, with no English speech or text, with no burnt overlaid subtitles, with no grammar explanations. Like there is nothing in those videos that can distract you from natural learning. So we are collecting that and include it to the website. So only the best CI, pure CI content exists on one platform. And while you watch it, when you're logged in, it automatically counts your input time. So you don't have to worry about logging your time and so on. And you can see your progress stats, watch how fast you get to your goals, set your goals. And this progress timeline actually adapts to your native language. So the group that you belong to, group of languages, influences your timeline. And when you tell the platform your native language, it makes your individual roadmap. Well, as I told you, right now we are 7th of November 2025. Right now there is the beta version of the website. It has all the features that you need, the time counter, all the library, everything works, it's fine. It's just that there is only one little thing that you need to keep in mind. On this website, to get access to premium videos, you need to register on Patreon, on our Patreon. This is because Russia is under sanctions at this moment, and we have huge difficulties with getting payments from abroad. That's why the only way for the moment for me is to use Patreon as the payment system for the subscription. So you go on Patreon, subscribe for the fast learner tier, and that's another link to our Patreon page will be here. So you subscribe for fast learner tier, and this gives you access to our premium subscription on the website. On the website you will find a special premium, Go Premium page where you can just click, and we will make you this premium subscription if you have Patreon subscription. Sorry, a little bit complicated, but this is the reality I have to live in Russia at the moment. But the good news is that hopefully very, very soon, not hopefully, for sure, in the coming weeks, we are releasing the new version of the website, and we will have a normal payment system. So there will be no all these complicated things. But still, I'm waiting for you. Please subscribe and use all the tools that are super useful for you and very handy. Okay, let's go. Next thing is quite funny. It's this website that I showed you where you have an interactive calculator with ALG equation, so you can play with the numbers. The underlying mathematical model that describes how proficiency develops based on input quality, quantity, comprehensibility, and the native language factor and the reality factor. Okay. Also, in the list there will be a link to the website that puts together people who want to have crosstalks. I'm not sure how much how many people there are at the moment. When I checked it several months ago, it was very, very few, really few, because it's a very new website and not a lot of people know about Crosstalks. There will be also a link to, again, to our Patreon, but another tier for you to have Crosstalks with us. So you go on Patreon, and if you want to have Crosstalks, you choose the tier which is called Crosstalks. Yeah, you will find all the information there. So we meet in mini groups, and yeah, have fun actually. Communicate. It's always pleasant. What else? Tak. Let me check. Comprehensible.com, Patreon page, Crosstalk mini group sessions. Of course, we also have individual sessions like Crosstalk and Conversations. The link is also there. ALG equation. Compare languages, online genetic proximity calculator. The one that I showed you. Just maybe you want to check some other languages, how close or far they are from each other, linguistically speaking. Yeah, the link will be also here. And we are almost there. Wait. Oh, I lost it. Okay, there will be a link to the interview with Mark, an interview with one of Dr. Brown's first students in the Natural Approach group in the 80s. The interview is already released, so you can watch it online. It's very interesting. First-hand account. I was so excited when Mark contacted me. I was, oh my God, the first student of the real first student of AUA school. Oh, what an honor. I really felt so excited, and that was an incredible encounter. Really recommend you to watch this interview. And I also mentioned my playlist about history of Russian culture from Kievan Rus till Perestroika. I mentioned, so the link is here, but you can easily find it on our YouTube channel. It's a very long playlist. Yeah, it can take you. You can have pleasure for a long time. Yeah. Okay, that's it. All the resources are here. The links are below. And also, what I wanted to ask you, please, write in the comments. Well, of course, everything that you want to write, but also if you have any questions. Because on one hand, I've talked for 4, even more, hours. But as we know, the more I know, the more I understand that I don't know anything, right? So I guess you might have questions. You might have even some suggestions, ideas, anything. So if you write questions in the comment section, if I will see that there are enough questions and thoughtful, good questions, then I will make a special QA session, maybe even a stream, I don't know, we'll see. Or I will record a video to answer all your questions. Yeah, so I think That's it. Finally, we did it. Thanks for watching. If you really watched all this video, well, you are a hero. Thank you very much. It means that you are really interested in the theme, and I hope you enjoyed. I hope it was useful. I hope you learned something new or a lot of new things. Well, love you all. Bye bye.